Okay, we're live. Good morning. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for December 6, 2022. There is no public testimony during the review session. The first item will be a decision case from yesterday's hearing, yesterday's calendar, December 5th. We received the DOT response. The item is item number 21, 2021-2A through 2021-7A, 99-21 Hollis Avenue, Queens.
All right. I want to thank DOT for responding to our comments and issuing a sign off. And I specifically want to also thank our project manager for pursuing and getting all the information necessary. So thank you, Jeline. And I want to make a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Can't hear you. You're muted still, sir. No.
Yeah, Dr. Sheta, you have no sound.
No, you're muted again.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute him.
I got you now. We got you now, doctor.
Okay, so it worked. I vote aye.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
I abstain on this case.
Okay. Application has been granted. Okay, now back to the calendar for December 6th. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 37, 2017-262BZ, 18 Stanwick Street, Brooklyn.
All right. We are still waiting for all the sign-offs.
Yes.
Do we have any update on this, Ms. Benke?
There are no updates.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I don't, well, we had DEP issued comments on in November for air quality and noise. So we're waiting for a response from the applicant.
Okay. All right. So I guess we should just, do we expect the applicant to respond? I guess we'll be there.
I guess he'll let us know what time frame.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can provide an update as to the status of the submissions. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
item, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Next case.
Okay. Do you want to ask any questions to the commissioners or good? We're good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Any questions from the commissioners? I think we're all waiting for the documents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 38, 2017-269BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
I think we're in the same situation with this one also. We are waiting for all the necessary sign-offs. Any updates on this, Ms. Benke?
We received the latest air quality backup last week and sent it to DEP.
All right. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. Next case, please. Thank you.
Item number 39, 2018-173BZ, 128 Beach 9th Street, Queens.
I think we are also in the same situation on this one, Ms. Benke?
Yes, the applicant has to respond to the most recent WRP comments. They're going to give us an update on that, I believe. And for natural resources, we got a new analysis. We reached out to DC to see if they had any comments, and I haven't heard back from them.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yep.
Yeah, I would just suggest again, maybe at the time that the applicants, we go into the public review, that they could provide timelines as far as if what's outstanding on their part so that we can schedule accordingly.
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, item number 40, 2019-304BZ and 2019-305A. This is 180 East 132nd Street.
Yes. I'm just going through my notes. Give me a second. All right. So the application was heard in September. The board was generally satisfied with the application. A few clarifications were asked regarding site value, removing the remediation as a hardship from the uniqueness finding, and providing deed search. We had also asked for some additional information with regards to the timeline it would take to get a site connection proposal. It seems based on the a letter provided by the engineer, it will take about 12 to 16 months to get get the necessary approvals and get it. I think for that you need a revocable consent, and then the site connection proposal would have to be submitted and approval for approval by DEP. The applicant also clarified that the Willis Avenue extension is not a CCO street, since it is a privately held street, and it is subject to easement that is held by the applicant. We still have open SECRA issues on this one. Ms. Benke, if there is any update, please let us know.
Yes, we had received revised EAS with the project changes, and now there's still open air quality, DOT, WRP. And I don't, we also reached out to DCP to see if they wanted to review the new community facility analysis, but I don't think the analysis will be affected by the project changes, so.
Okay. Why would they need a community facility? Because this allows a residential use. It's an as of right. I mean, the use is.
Right, the enrollment triggered a detailed analysis.
I see, okay. The community facility and enrollment, okay.
Okay.
No, I want to ask.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Commissioner Otley Brown, I'm sorry, I was taking notes.
Yes, hi. They had answered the question about the site value square footage between the MX1 and the M3-1 in the hearing previously, and I had asked them to put it in the narrative, and they did. They put it, the entire breakdown and how they valued the site in the narrative, and I'm satisfied.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
I have no further comments. I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Hi, thank you. No, I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 41, 2020 14BZ, 38-10 12th Street, Queens. Enlargement of a one-story non-conforming manufacturing establishment.
Ms. Matias, you just your sound became a little muffled towards the end. Can you?
Okay, it's 2020 14BZ, 34-10 12th Street, Queens.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
The initial hearing on this application was held in December of 2020. Since then, 3 adjournments were granted. The application is, as a reminder, the application is for a variance to legalize an enlargement and an additional enlargement to allow for the existing warehouse and factory to operate on the subject site that is zoned R5. At the initial hearing, the board had expressed concern primarily about the uniqueness finding and had asked the applicant to combine both zoning lots, lots 30 and 29, since they are in common ownership. Some of the board members recommended, instead of considering a variance, to seek a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 7353 for enlargement on a building located on lot 30, since it won't be applicable on lot 29. The applicant has submitted a revised statement of findings and facts and provided more reasons related to business operational needs. And specifically, those are related to the regulatory requirements. I would also like at the hearing, the applicant to kind of state why there has been such a long gap and kind of, and hopefully whatever questions we raise, the applicant can respond to that to its best possible. So bear with me. I've been thinking about this, and so I have a lot to say. Setting aside the common ownership and buildings being used in conjunction, the subject building on lot 29 being used in conjunction with the building on lot 30 for a moment, I look at this subject matter from this point of view. That is, lot 29 is not a site that will yield any viable as of right residential or community facility use, even a new construction, given the unique shape of the site. So in use variance cases brought before the board, predominantly sites zoned for manufacturing use, the board requires applicants to provide an as of right use to justify hardship. Typically, it is the physical conditions like the narrow lot width, shallow lot condition, or irregular size that makes the site not viable for a warehouse or office use in higher density M districts. The operation of an as of right use in an M district, the need for minimum loading and storage area becomes a factor in determining the viability of the sites for a warehouse use or small floor space for a viable office layout. So applying the reverse, in this case, lot 29, which is located in an R5 zoning district that allows about 1.25 FAR of residential use, is not viable for an as of right use. And the board at the last hearing had acknowledged that. Also, even if lot 29 and lot 30 were to be combined and as of right new construction were to be considered, the irregular shape of lot 29 will not benefit even if it were combined with lot 30. The unused floor area from lot 29 can't be utilized on lot 30 given the low density and the bulk regulations and the height limits. So that leads me to the question of what is viable on lot 29. And I come to the answer, which is the current use. Please note, theoretically, a legally non-conforming use, M use, can continue to operate on either of the lots and an as of right use on the other. So even if you were to have either both as of right uses or even one with an legally non-conforming in M use with a conforming as of right, neither of the sites would be able to function one without the other. The degree of the operational hardship on lot 29 is reduced with the use of lot 30 and vice versa, but it does not eliminate the hardship. To that end, the applicant in its latest submission elaborated on the business operational need that is driven by the regulatory controls that over the years the business has, and that over the years business has grown, and the management wants to keep the operation at the site, which given the current state of economy is a very noteworthy point, and that is important to me also. So from a business operational point of view, I would though agree that we need to look at both lots 29 and 30. However, I'm not convinced that a uniqueness analysis of combined lots is needed based on what I stated earlier. First, the applicant needs to provide a justification with regards to legalization of the enlargement. The applicant needs to show how the previously granted special permit was not going to meet the operational need, even if it were to be built. Second, the applicant needs to provide more clarity with regards to operational need, the regulatory controls that is requiring the enlargement. Also elaborate why an enlargement over lot 30 building is not feasible. I'm assuming it would be disruptive to the existing production, especially when it is a year-round operation operating nearly 24/7 a day. What I also would find it very helpful if the applicant can show a typical space that would be needed for a similar size building. I'm not saying that's a requirement. It would be helpful for us to kind of understand. I think what I'm getting at overall, and from what I have seen many cases when we have reviewed it, we have exercised an understanding and of the need of the business operation to allow for use variance and for modifications to bulk regulations. So I see no reason why in this case, the business operational need cannot come to the forefront and be used as a reason to analyze this case and understand the hardship and the uniqueness of the site, as I've mentioned, is very apparent, and move from there. So that's my comment, and I would like to hear from you all, from commissioners. So let me start with Commissioner Otley Brown.
The way I look at it is that, to me, the subject site lot 29 is a very long, acute triangular shape, and it's not suited for either residential or manufacturing. That being said, I also feel that while there are bakery buildings on both lots, I do respect the fact that they are separate zoning lots and that the owners want them to remain separate zoning lots. And so therefore, to force them to incorporate the other lot into their analysis doesn't necessarily convince me any further of the site's uniqueness, because I'm already there in terms of the uniqueness and the inability or the difficulty to have a feasible use given that. And so therefore, I also feel that in terms of considering an enlargement on this site, I also think that it's not very probable that anybody would consider putting residential on top of an industrial use, and I'm not even sure if that's legally allowed, so that option is out the door. And then the idea of terminating a legal non-conforming use in order to put an as-of-right use that probably isn't feasible given the lot shape leads me to the conclusion that the enlargement of the bakery building is the way to go. And so therefore, I'm in favor of the enlargement and the case as it stands.
So, okay, that's, and did you have any issues on the financing?
No, because they had already presented the financials, and the only thing that I had a question of was the soft costs for the as of right, because the as of right was already built. And so since there was no work being done and no lease up time, I didn't think that a lot of those soft costs were really valid, but I did understand that they were making their case that should they create this as of right from the ground up right now, that would be the situation and it would have those soft costs. So I was like, okay, fine, I would let it go. The delta between development cost and value on the as of right is also way too wide to be closed by them taking off a few soft costs. So that's why I was like, okay, fine, that'll work.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm gonna start with the positive points first. Number one, I do understand that this is an existing business. I do understand and realize that this is tough time. Nobody's willing to interrupt a business like this. So as far as I can hear, we're all sympathetic to keeping this business operational and not give them any hard time on top of what they already got, like any other business, not just in the city, but probably everywhere. That the other point is my understanding that this variance is not before us for like a use variance. No, it's already an existing legal non-conforming use. And the uniqueness is not claimed to get a use variance. The uniqueness and the hardship claimed here is claimed to legalize and get an additional enlargement on top of what was granted back in 2013 or 2015, I don't recall exactly. That being said, this is the way I looked at this case at the last hearing. I did have some comments. I did listen to myself and my comments from the previous hearing, and I was really surprised when I looked at the submission, and what I saw is just the statement of facts. I would say it could have been more appropriate to respond to the board comments that were previously said on the last hearing. For example, one of my comments was actually regarding one of the drawings. And I'm talking about drawing CC-100.00. And what I said back then is I said fix the lot number because the subject lot is called on this drawing, it's called lot number 30. And the correct, as far as I understand, is lot 29. I was expecting the applicant to submit a revised version of this drawing with the correct lot number. It didn't happen. This is the way I feel. My comment was totally ignored. Similar to this, I spoke about the uniqueness and its implications on the site use. I understand that warehouse, it might be more favorable for any developer to get a rectangular or even a square shaped site. However, in this case, we're talking about tapered lot. So it's not a rectangle, it's not a square, it's more or less triangle. Excuse me. And what I asked them to do is to explain to us what is this doing to the use, why it's not appropriate to utilize the space for the intended use, which exists since whatever, it's long time. What I was anticipating actually is a sketch, and I'm not an architect. I will probably leave this to Commissioner Yoon to look further into it. But what I was like anticipating is, and bear with me, is a concept like this, like, hey, commissioners, you see here, we got this space. It's a kind of a triangular. We cannot use it for such and such. Same thing here. Same thing here. And same thing here. So adding up these areas, it looks like with these areas being wasted, or maybe 50% of these areas being wasted, we do believe that we're losing 10%, 50%, 99% of that lot size here that's might be like deemed not usable because of the shape of the site. This is the way I believe how people should quantify a variance. This is, I believe, the way that people should look at, should we grant a legalization? Should we grant a legalization and the enlargement? Could it be the legalization or 50%? Or could it be nothing? This is, I'm willing to like think based on concepts, not emotions. Emotions, I started with it. This is an existing building. I'm sympathetic. This is the emotion part. Like concept wise, do we need to, like I said, give him the legalization? Give him the legalization plus the enlargement, or 50% of the enlargement. That's how this, I believe, in my opinion, should be approached. So nothing about that in the submission. Again, just a statement of facts. On the argument that the regulations was changed and this is constituting a hardship to the applicant because of the change in the regulations. I did look at the submission. Maybe I'm not a legal expert, that's why, but all what I've seen is articles taken from magazines. I haven't looked, I don't recall seeing laws or regulations or exhibits from FDA regulations. So if they can give us something like that, I am in full agreement with you, Chair, and with Commissioner Brown that yes, we can utilize these changes in the regulations as they didn't dictate them or they didn't make them up, and we could take them into consideration. I'm hopeful that after 2 years of wait, the applicant can next hearing submit something that, number one, addresses our previous comments. Number two, addresses the concerns raised in this hearing. And number three, move this case to the finish line. And I'm willing to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point out one thing. While the application is for legalization and enlargement of a legally non-conforming use, there is an issue of enlarging the use, and that is why I cited what I cited earlier, which is about how when we do look at a non-conforming uses or uses not permitted in the underlying zoning district, we go through that exercise. So that is one of the that is a way to make the argument of the uniqueness put aside. It's the issue of uniqueness is I think it's very crystal clear in this case. There is a uniqueness. This really site is not viable for any other use. And in terms of the thing that you mentioned about the warehouse, why certain areas are not. I respect what you're saying. I'm just not quite sure it is that cut and dry. But we will let the applicant kind of respond to it, and maybe it won't be done at the public hearing. It would require another submission. But I'm not sure it is that clear cut, and maybe Commissioner Yoon can also enlighten us on that part. So let me go to Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So my thinking is in line with both you and Commissioner Otley Brown. I think the uniqueness is settled. They responded to many of my questions that I had in the last hearing. I believe that the hardship is clearly met. And I do want to make a note that I do appreciate the comments that have been made, especially in regard to the business operation of a business that has been ongoing since it seems like over 50 years, 60 years, and the strain that the current economic situation is in the city. I think keeping that in mind will be a service to the city of New York. So I am okay with this application, and I think that they're making a reasonable request here so that they can continue the business that they have been, that has been serving our city for quite some time. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Hi, thank you. To Commissioner Sheda's point about the kind of geometric analysis of per space, I think that kind of very analytical geometric view really ignores the larger holistic problem of architecture, which is to actually make spaces that function as they need to, and that the site should not dictate the size of those spaces. That, and in this case, they do because of the irregularity of this site. It doesn't take into account how things flow through, how people move through the space, or the programmatic need. And I think there could be some analytical way we could look at how extra FAR is given in a different case or something. But I think that in this case, just slicing the triangle off of a rectangle really ignores the actual difficulty of what it is to space plan and to make these kinds of, in this case, a manufacturing space really function. And I think when I look at this case, I feel like the ask overall from a bulk and architectural perspective is quite minimal. And it's more of the legalization that becomes, to me, the biggest issue. I agreed with what Vice Chair said earlier, and of course with what my fellow commissioner said about the business and the programmatic, the business's use needs and how we should be looking at this case. And I have ultimately been satisfied with the application, and I have no further comments to add. I don't know if Commissioner Shedd, if what I said makes any sense, but I think that there's just a more holistic approach that we have to take rather than looking at space by space and little boxes and the decrease in size, because I don't think that addresses the overall picture and the challenge of trying to make the space function.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Shetta.
you can go ahead, Vice Chair.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not an architect. That's why I refer to Commissioner Yoon on it. I was trying, like I said, I'm an engineer. My work is 99.9% is numbers. So I work with numbers. And I would love that on every single decision that this board make is based on analysis and logic and like I said, not just emotions. So if the architect is saying that there is no way to quantify this, there is no way to quantify this. The image that I put on the screen was just like a 101 thinking for how we can probably look. My understanding is a warehouse is just an open space. And I'm not familiar with the kind of equipment used inside, how they move around. But if we do believe that definitely there is a uniqueness, definitely, one word, definitely it's gonna be hardship. It's gonna be some space lost here. My concern was just how much would be lost, so we can get some sort of feeling how much space we need to grant. And if this how much space we need to grant matches what is existing, so it should be legalization. If it's more than what is existing, it should be legalization plus an enlargement. This is
Can I
the
just
way I
break
was
in
thinking.
here? Can I just break in here? Because I think it's problematic to talk about it in a way that's based on program. Because
I'm not talking about programs.
Right, but in a way you are talking about program because you're talking about space and space needs for this bakery.
No, I said space wasted, not needs.
Okay, space wasted, but ultimately it really is space wasted for an as of right use, not the
Space
bakery
wasted
use.
because
The industrial use is the solution to the uniqueness hardship.
yes,
So the
industrial use is there.
Right, but I think we need to talk more about what we would do, I think, if we had an as of right use of residential and talk about the issues there, and then jump from there to the warehouse being the curing of the hardship of having to do an as of right development. That's how I think that's a safer way to proceed.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think that maybe if we want to continue that conversation, we should probably do something about that offline.
I agree.
I think comments have been made, and if you have anyone else anything else to add.
Just I wanted to clarify that I wasn't talking about space based on needs or programmatic needs. I was talking about space wasted because of the shape of the lot. Just want to make this crystal clear. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think what we are stating all equally is that uniqueness is met. It's a question of the E. It's the extent of the hardship that warrants the waiver. And what I'm gathering from the majority here is that the applicants seem to have responded to it. I would like the applicant to provide a little bit more meat into the argument as to how many of the business operational needs, specifically the rules and regulations, are requiring the layout changes, and how these rules and regulations also would not have survived even if the special permit application was built in conformance with the special permit approval, and that this change would have been required anyway. So I think that would be a good way for them to weave into the finding, to meet the findings of E from my point of view, to kind of walk us through that. Yes, we did get the special permit, but even the special permit couldn't have addressed these issues because of all the other, the operational, the space layouts, the way the business functions, or and all the federal regulations would not have helped. We still would have needed it, and here we are. So we built it illegally. We are trying to legalize that, and then we are also trying to enlarge it. And this is to respond to all of these concerns. That's kind of how I see it. And I hope the applicant can respond to that because we seem to have gone past findings A, B, C, D. It's only the E that we need the discussion on. Is that clear to everybody? Am I summarizing what everybody is saying?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to next case. Ms. Matias, you're muted.
Sorry. Continued hearing items number 42, 2021, 47BZ, 2100 Hermione Avenue, Brooklyn, Bronx, sorry. Sorry, Commissioner from the Bronx.
The initial hearing on the application was held in July. The board agreed that the uniqueness has been met and that there is hardship. The outstanding element was with regards to finding C and E. The applicant has submitted 2 alternate proposals, one along with the initial proposal, and the 2 alternate proposals are one is a 0 lot line building with a 5-foot deep front yard along Harmony Avenue with no side yard along the residential lot line, lot 8, and a detached building with a 1-foot 6-inch deep front yard along Harmony Avenue and a reduced side yard width of 3-foot 6-inch along, along lot 8. Now, both alternatives would continue to maintain a 10-foot deep front yard along Olmsted Avenue. And the applicant is not proposing to change the building footprint, which is something the board had suggested also to consider. Also, the applicant provided a front yard study front yard study of corner lots in the study area. And based on that, it shows that all but one site provides both front yards, even including the narrowest lot located on lot 40, block 3680. And that is a 2-family semi-detached home. So based on the analysis provided and the built context along Harmony Avenue, where all the buildings are set back from the street line and maintain a front yard, and also the front yard study provided, the alternate with 5-foot front yard along Harmony Avenue would respond to all the remaining findings. It would also reduce the scope of the waiver. The abutting lot 8, and the reason I also think the applicant's argument with regards to wanting to maintain the light and air to the adjacent lot 8 is not founded because the abutting lot 8 has a garage structure and the nearest dwelling unit is on lot 7. So lot 8 and lot 8 and 7 are in common ownership. So I do not believe that there will be an issue of additional light and air impact of any sort on the adjacent existing home that is on lot 7 separated by lot 8. And if the applicant so desires to provide a natural ventilation for the kitchen, then maybe the application should consider swapping the internal stair with to the attic with the kitchen and have the kitchen facing Harmony Avenue, and you'll have a window there. So those are my recommendations and review of it. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So I found that their corner lot study provided a lot of information in terms of making the determination of whether or not this was the minimal variance. It covered a lot of the questions I was asking in terms of front yard depths in this area, average building width on the small lots, and the breakdown of 1- and 2-family homes. And so that I found that the subject floor area of 1,400 square feet is actually less than the average floor area of the 8 corner lots included in the study. I found that the average front yard on Olmsted ranged from 7 feet to 20 feet. And so their 10-foot front yard would comply, and that the average second front yard of these corner lots is 7.38, but on Harmony Avenue, the second front yard is only 0 feet, 1.5 feet, and 5 feet. And so this is fine in terms of that, and that the building widths are ranging between 18 feet and 25 feet, and the subject building width would only be 20 feet. And so therefore, I feel that this has proven itself to be a minimum variance for this lot site. And I am absolutely fine with you providing the front yard providing the front yard versus the side yard, because like you said, the side yard is really abutting a garage. And so it isn't really going to eliminate light and air for the home, because the home is set back beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second the comment from you and Commissioner Brown regarding the findings. I'm satisfied with the application. I do agree with you, both of you, on the placement of the building when it comes to maximizing the front yard versus providing a side yard which is adjacent to a garage, not the principal building of the neighboring lot. So I do believe that agree that it's more appropriate to maximize the front yard rather than providing a narrow side yard in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So we had, as you stated, we had already found, I think the board agreed on the A and the B finding. I found the corner lot study certainly satisfied me with regards to both the C and the E finding. I have no further comments.
Okay. Commissioner Yu?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. I feel strongly about maintaining the 5-foot side yard on Harmony as well as the 10-foot on Olmsted. I think it's important for the rest of the block and preserving a setback street wall or front yard wall. So I agree with all of the comments that have been made, and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. Commissioner Shibata, I forgot to ask you, which alternative are you leaning towards?
The 10 and the 5 satisfies me as well.
Okay. Okay. There's something that was just brought to my attention, and that is, I don't know if the applicant would need a revised DOB objection because of if we are going to recommend that the applicant go for the 5-yard front yard with a 0 side yard, if they would need a modification to the DOB objection, because I think right now the objection is only for the waiver of the front yard and not side yard. So they would need to go back to DOB to modify that. I believe so. So the applicant should respond to that at the hearing. Thank you very much. Let's next case, please. Ms. Matias, you're muted again.
Sorry. Item number 43, 2021 50BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn. It's the Hadron Academy.
Okay, thank you. The initial hearing on the application was held on September 13th. The applicant has provided its response to the comments that were raised at the last hearing. The applicant has revised the proposed plan. However, it is not quite clear to me why, and that was one of the questions with regards to the proposed plan. I'm just going to go to the plan. It was with regards to the stair bulkhead, the height of the stair bulkhead, which is the one closest to the subway line. I think it's stair number B. So to me, it's still not clear why stair B and the mechanical bulkhead along the southern lot line is so high. It's 27 foot high. And I definitely, while I realize that the elevator bulkhead may be higher, but I do not understand why the lobby, the rest of the other mechanical spaces, utility spaces need to have such high bulkhead. So those need to be brought down, similar to the bulkhead height of stair A. Also, I want to thank the applicant for providing the renderings. from the renderings, I see that the windows that are facing the adjacent two-story residential home, there is very little gap between the two. So in the interest of ensuring that the residential building maintains its privacy, I want to recommend, ask the applicant to have all the windows that are facing the northern lot line, facing the residential, be opaque, and these be non-operable windows to maintain the privacy of the abutting residential homes. And most of the uses that are behind these, that are facing this window, are office spaces, and there are classrooms, but the classrooms also have windows facing the rear yard. So I don't think that should be much of an issue. The plan should indicate street planting in front of the school frontage, indicate the proposed material for the sound attenuating wall that is being proposed along the, that would be required on the second floor and on the roof, indicated on the plan. Also indicate the proposed material and height of the wall along the side lot line. With regards to the programmatic need, the applicant states that the school is for students who are in the high functioning autism spectrum, and the goal of the school is to ensure that the students become more independent. And so the applicant states that due to the nature of the student body, specifically with regards to, I think this was a question as to should there be, how the students go to and fro from the school going to be monitored and ensured security. The applicant states that the students from grades 6 to 8, they will be taking private buses, and that will drop the students off and pick them up right in front of the building, and there'll be teachers who will escort them in and out of the school. With regards to the students attending grades 9 to 12, they will be walking or taking public transportation to come to the school. And the applicant states that these student bodies will not require any supervision, and therefore will not require crossing guard. I would say that from all the applications that we see for schools, regardless of what grade they're in, school guards are provided. So I do not see why in this case there is so much of a pushback from the applicant for not providing crossing guards, regardless of what grade they're in. And this is regardless of students' capability. So the applicant needs to respond to that. Commissioner Otley Brown had asked for school space per student and a comparison with other educational program. I want to confirm if the analysis that has been provided is satisfactory to Commissioner Otley Brown's comments. With regards to common ownership, the applicant has provided, I'm satisfied with that. With regards to the findings of the special permit, I'm not sure how many times we need to repeat this. So in the initial application, the applicant had provided all the viable sites that were located in an M district. Well, that's not the purpose of the finding of alternates. That is not how alternate sites are analyzed. And we have done so many cases, so this is not the first time. What the purpose of the alternate site analysis is to look at all as of right sites where the use can be permitted as of right. So that means it has to be residential zoning districts, not manufacturing zoning districts or commercial zoning districts where such community facility uses are allowed, and indicate that the site, and basically this is a letter that we get from the realtor that the applicant is working with, who does a realty search of available sites where the use can be built as of right. Then basically identifying sites that are on the market and kind of saying, okay, these are the sites that are on the market. However, based on our conditions, based on our criteria, which is, again, does the operator want to own or lease the site? What is the minimum area of the site? does it, and how close it has to be even to mass transit or anything. Sometimes we do see that as an argument, and the basically the catchment area within which this the site has to be located. Those are, I mean, there could be many more based on individual programmatic and pedagogical needs of the school, but those are the criteria then the realtor kind of uses to go through the list of available sites and then say, we looked at 10 sites. Of those, 3 of the sites have lot sites so small that our program will not fit. Then we have 4 sites where the lot would fit. We have the lot area that would fit, but it is in negotiation with another developer to build something as of right, so it's not available. The remaining 3 sites that we have, they're viable, but the price that is made there, they won't rent it, or it's an existing building. We would have to do significant alteration and modification, and that would basically make it not viable for this building to operate for our programmatic need. Or that this space is for lease, not for rent, not for purchase, and we wanted to purchase it. Those are the arguments the realtor's letter and analysis goes through and basically says, hence, no as of right sites are available. And the only site that was viable, that is closest to the catchment area and meets all our search criteria, is the subject site. The applicant did not provide that. What the applicant provided was a typical sub-site analysis. That is not what we were looking for. So the applicant needs to go back, work with a realtor, and provide this information. This is basic finding A, which I think this applicant has done it many times. So I want the applicant to provide that information. With regards to the vehicular hazard to the safety of the children, that is one of the finding D. The applicant responded to it, and you heard my concern. I'm not quite sure that I fully respect and understand the school's mission, which is to provide greater degree of independence. And but having a school guard there is just to kind of ensure safety, and that we hear that school guard being provided for all schools. So I don't see why this would not require it. So I would like the applicant to clarify and respond to those questions that I've raised. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So I fully agree with you as to the A finding, the site search. This is an issue that I feel that we have spoken on ad nauseum in terms of actually conducting a site search to meet finding A versus backing into your selection of an industrial site. And so the whole point of this special permit is to allow schools that cannot locate in a residential district or a district where the school is as of right, simply because there is no availability that would satisfy their program. It allows those applicants the chance to locate the school in an industrial district, provided certain findings are made and conditions are instilled to ensure the safety of the student population in that area. So that being said, the way in which the A finding needs to be laid out has to be more of a fact finding situation and less of a conclusory statement. And like you said, when you're focusing on a soft site analysis, that's almost backing into your solution. And so it has to be literally, as I said this before, if I were looking for a 4-bedroom apartment to rent, I would not go into an apartment building and knock on every person who has a 4-bedroom apartment and say, hi, I want to rent your apartment. No, I live here. Okay, next person. Hi, I want to rent your apartment. No, I live here. That's not how you do it. You go to a realtor and you say, I need a 4-bedroom apartment. Are there any available? And I need it to be in this particular neighborhood because that's where I want to live. And then the realtor says to you, oh, I have a 4-bedroom for you to look at that's available. And then you say, Okay, I'll look at it, and you look at it and maybe you like it and you take it, but maybe you don't like it. And then you say, this is too small. It may be 4 bedrooms, but the bedrooms are too small. Show me another one. Okay, I can show you another one. And this goes on till you either find something you like, or you conclude that there are no 4 bedrooms available for rent that meet your needs in this neighborhood. And I find that often applicants take a shortcut to, the whole neighborhood is developed, there's nothing available for me, and so they don't perform the exercise of looking for as of right sites in order to satisfy that finding. So the finding is not something that you just pay lip service to get to the point, which is what we wanted. We got this site in the industrial area and that works for us. No, you have to do the entire exercise and then show us you looked at sites that were available, and as of those, out of those available sites, none of them met your needs. And if you have that marching order, then the site search should fall perfectly in line with what you want, and you will end up at the conclusion that you have to be in an industrial area. So that's what we're looking for. And frankly, we get it from many applicants, so it's not like it's an impossibility. It just takes a little bit more work. And I found them very responsive to me, however, in terms of the definding and talking about the program and how the program for these students is to make them as independent as possible. And so therefore, they want them to be able to learn how to use public transportation when they're in high school. They want them to have to walk through the neighborhood to get to the school. And I actually think that's a laudable goal, mainstreaming young people so that they can live on their own and be independent functioning adults is a wonderful goal to have. So that being said, though, I still agree with you that the idea of not having school crossing guards, you don't have to go to that limit so that your children or your students become high functioning adults. All schools, high schools to nursery schools, have school crossing guards wherever they can in order to protect students, whether they're 18-year-olds or 8-year-olds, from the negative effects of traffic. And we all know just from reading the newspapers out there, how quickly a child could end up underneath the wheels of a truck, a bus, smashed by a car, somebody who's turning at an intersection and not looking for students. And so therefore, I feel that this school, like all others, should employ school crossing guards at the morning for arrival and also in the afternoon for dismissal, just to have that extra protection of the students so that when they go towards the school or go home at the end of the day, they have that extra bit of safety, that extra protection. And so I have no other questions other than those 2 things.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Last hearing, I had a comment regarding the growth in the past 5 years as it compares to the growth in the upcoming 5 years, and they responded to that. Thank you. They have submitted a revised programmatic needs. I did look at it. I'm satisfied with them. On the site search issue, I'm not sure why it's that difficult for them to get to the bottom of this. We do have excellent site searches that were done by many applicants before. If they are struggling to figure out this, we can forward them a sample so they can follow to delineate the site search for us, the criteria, how they started the process and how they ended up. So it helps them maybe get this case wrapped up quicker. I second the comment for the necessity of the need to provide cross guards. If something needs to be provided, it needs to be provided. It shouldn't be deliberated for 5 hearings. They need to act so we can help them move forward. Other than that, I'm willing to listen to them and waiting for their response in the upcoming hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion with regards to a sample. We have some good samples, so we can provide that.
Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I found their programmatic needs analysis satisfactory. That, of course, with the exception, and I'll echo what has been said with regard to crossing guards. It's every school that we've ever approved has had crossing guards. I appreciate the concept behind it, but I'm not prepared to make an exception based on their programmatic needs to not do something that we've always done and have crossing guards. I just want to state we're going on our 4th hearing and we still haven't gotten the A, which is problematic. This is something that we've discussed with regard to their site search before. So I was hoping that we would have something a little bit more substantial. I really appreciate Commissioner Sheta's request to provide them with a sample of our site searches that we've had. We've had some really good ones. I think that's how we should proceed. And other than that, I second the comments that were made by the other commissioners. I think we're all on the same line. I have nothing further to add.
I just want to correct one statement you made, Commissioner Shibata. This would be the 2nd hearing. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. That's okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what the other commissioners have said. I agree with everything that's been stated. When Vice Chair, you mentioned on the northern or the northeastern lot line, that side lot line to make the windows opaque, something I had brought up in the last hearing in September was a concern that the street wall for the rest of the block, of course, is not a street wall. It's front yards that are set back for the abutting residences. And so this proposal will take from the existing street wall line of the 1-story manufacturing and actually come out to the property line. And it's the only property that will do so on the entirety of the block. So I had mentioned urbanistically, if you're coming down the street on the residential side, you'll see not only a wall that comes out to the street line, or to the property line, which is as of right in the manufacturing district, it's also quite a bit taller than anything else in the neighborhood. So instead of saying you have to do some sort of setback compliant with the front yard setbacks in the residential zone, try to activate that elevation as much as possible so that it doesn't feel like a blank wall that is also blocking your view of the street. And so they have a lot of windows. I think that's pretty similar to what they presented last time, but I'd also ask them to take a look at lot line windows and whether or not they're actually permitted this number of openings on a lot line, because I don't think that they are. So it's a number of factors of I'd like for them to address the maximum permitted openings along the lot line and whether this fenestration as shown is actually feasible, because they show 0 windows on the west elevation. So it seems like there's some appreciation of the lot line maximum permitted openings on one side, and I don't know why they're showing so many on the other side. But I agree with you in general. If there are windows on that elevation and they are at a similar height as the residences, they should be made opaque. I think that above a certain height, allowing them to be clear does not infringe too much on people's privacy down below, and it allows those offices to have actual views and access to well, they'll get light if it's fritted, but to actually be able to see outside. I think it's important if you have windows to be able to look outside once you're past a certain height above your neighbors. So it's maybe a bit confusing. I'd like the applicant to talk about the lot line windows and whether or not they're permitted on that elevation, and if so, how they propose to address the privacy concerns that you brought up. Those are my only comments.
Thank you for actually, that is a good question you're raising with regards to maintaining opacity and non-operable windows on the lower levels to ensure protect the privacy, but on the upper levels can be clear. though I'm not sure if they should be open or not, because again, the sound can emanate and that can be an issue. So maybe they can be clear but not operable. With regards to the lot line, the building sets back 5 foot from the property line. So, so maybe that's why they are providing the windows. Now, I don't know whether you can still, I'm assuming you can still provide a legal lot line window, because in a residential district, you can have so that may be the reason, maybe, but the applicant should clarify. I think
You're right. You're right. There is a 5 foot setback, which will give them some percentage of permitted openings, and if it's a sprinklered building, which it is. So you're right about that. Okay, sorry about that.
But they should still clarify as to, you know, whether this is responding to any of the legal light and air or any of those requirements or not, and if it is required. And going back to your comment as to providing more fenestration and not making it look so harsh against a residential setback, a residential property, they need to do a little bit more redesigning of that facade. And that could be done through interesting color coding. That could be done through ways to make the building appear less bulky. You can, you know, you can break it up into 3 vertical zones. These are just my thoughts, and Commissioner Yoon, this is your expertise. They can break it up into 3 different color zones, provide more horizontal striation to kind of reduce that bulkiness appearance of it and give it something that is more dynamic and less imposing on the residential front. Is that what you're leaning towards? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm sorry for confusing the situation, because yes, they have 15% allowable maximum. The maximum permitted openings in a protected building 5 feet from the lot line, they have 15%. As generally, it's a tall building in the context. And so yes, doing something, I think preserving the fenestration as much as possible and keeping as much of it clear helps to make the building seem less imposing.
Okay.
I think there are a lot of different opinions aesthetically about how to handle such a wall. And I've gone down the road of different colors, different textures, and I don't want to opine on that. And I think that we all have our own aesthetic opinions, but I think that having visibility and light coming through the facade is important to help make it feel lighter.
Okay, well, so then that responds to the question that having the windows on the upper floors being clear and giving it more of a less of an institutional solid wall look would go a long way. Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. That is very helpful. Okay, next.
Tracy has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Benke.
Sure, no problem. I just wanted to confirm that the DOT is still reviewing this in terms of seeker. We also reached out to them and we're waiting to hear back to ensure that school safety looked at this either with the seeker team or separately, and they're going to check on that for us. In terms of noise, the latest noise study was, it seemed to look only at the rooftop play area. When we asked, we would like it to look at both the rooftop and the second floor. So I think it needs to be revised again. Originally, it did look at the second floor and not the roof. So now I'm hoping that it will be revised to look at both. And we also asked for some minor revisions to the hazmat section. They're going to be an E designation on the site and open air quality.
The site does have an E designation, right, from the prior grant?
Right. It was called an RD, and DEP advised us that it wasn't a real E designation because at the time it was associated with as an RD, so that they recommended an E with this project, with this form of the development. So it would cover more, give more leeway for coverage and make sure it wasn't the old basically requirements, because we don't know now if it's the same. So just a technicality.
Thank you. So I think on this one also, the applicant should give us a timeline of all the submissions because that would also help us in terms of putting a time as to when this should be scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think we have narrowed down the issues, and I don't want to go back and forth on just the action before us and then still wait for secret. I would like to put them all together.
Right. There's still a backlog at DEP, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, in this case, we need the E designation, and we still have open air quality
Oh, we
issue.
have the E designation. That's
Oh,
set. DEP actually recommended it. So it's just the air quality and noise reviews.
and the
Sorry, cut
and
out.
DOT also.
And DOT, yes, thank you.
Thank
And Ms.
Carlos,
Becky,
hand is up.
yeah, just a quick question. For the E designation, have all the materials been submitted? It's already been accepted, or are we awaiting anything? Is there anything outstanding?
No, well, I asked them to revise the narrative because I didn't think it represented what DEP was saying about the difference between the RD and the E designation. But that's just a text, quick change in the text. We have
Excellent.
everything else.
But I agree, Madam Vice Chair, that, right, we should get a feel for timing here so that we can schedule accordingly to avert unnecessary hearings.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Move on.
Next case. Yes, next case.
Item
please.
number 44, 2021 64BZ 205-207 Graves Neck Road, Brooklyn.
Okay, so the application was last heard in August. At the hearing, a threshold question of the building typology was raised, and the applicant was asked to secure a ZRD1. A ZRD1 was not provided by the applicant, and so instead a letter was provided. So I do not agree with the applicant's response, so hear me out. The definition of a semi-detached and a zero lot line building is in zoning resolution section 1210 definition section. And as per that, a semi-detached building is a building that abuts only one or other building other than an attached building on an adjoining zoning lot along only one side lot line, and which is surrounded on all other sides by yards, other open areas, or street lines. In this case, prior to the zoning lot merger, the two homes on the subject lot were attached homes without any side yards. So it is a permitted building typology in an R4 district. With the merger of the zoning lot and the proposed development, it would provide one complying side yard, and that would make this a zero lot line building. A zero lot line building is a building that abuts only one side lot line and does not abut another building on the same or an adjoining zoning lot, and which is surrounded by on all sides but one by yards, other open areas, or street lines on the zoning lot. However, accessory buildings permitted pursuant to section 2344 may be permitted to abut a zero lot line building. And the term abut or abutting is also a defined term in the zoning resolution section 1210, which states that abut is to be in contact with or join at the edge or border. Abutting buildings are buildings that are in contact with one another on the same or another zoning lot, except as subject to separations required for seismic load as set forth in the New York City Building Code. A building may also abut a lot line. In addition, for buildings existing prior to February 2, 2011, such existing buildings shall be considered abutting if it is within 6 inches of a lot line or another building. The applicant states that it is within 6 inches of it. Now, what is interesting is that as stated at the August 8th hearing, because of the easement that DOB is conditioning as part of the zoning lot merger, the abutting lot 45 shall be labeled as an accessory recreational parking space for lot 13. And thus no building can be built on the abutting lot. So therefore, the possibility of any development, let alone a semi-detached home, is not likely to abut the subject building. So per zoning resolution definition, then it would remain as a zero lot line building. The examples that the applicant provided of situations where 73-622 cases were applied in seemingly homes with no side yard or one side yard were granted enlargement. In that case, I don't think the fact that no development can abut the subject lot building because of the easement was not there with those other cases. In the other cases, you have homes, abutting homes. Now, those homes are currently detached, or if they were to tear down, they could be a detached or a semi. I mean, if they were to tear down to comply with all zoning regulations, they may not be able to build a detached building. So they would have to build most likely a semi-detached building. So the possibility of a semi-detached building abutting the existing semi-detached is very high, whereas in this case, the possibility is zero. So this would then be a standalone, a zero lot line building. So unless, so the fact that, so I don't think the situations and the cases that the applicant cited are similar, and the situations of these homes cannot just be reviewed in vacuum, given that they are not encumbered by these easements and the requirements. So, and also many of these cases, these were pre-existing non-complying buildings, because the applicant had to justify that these were pre-existing non-compliant buildings with zero lot line or with minimal side yards of 6 inches or something like that. In this case, that wasn't the case. These were two attached homes that became that were attached homes, became like one full. Once the zoning lot was combined, you basically had one large home. Right now, it's a large home with 2 yards, one front yard and a rear yard. There are no side yards. And with the proposal, yes, there would be one side yard that would be provided, but it would still not provide another side yard. And that's what the applicant had stated all along. And now all of a sudden to say that there is a 6 inch and the 6 inch should be considered a side yard, I'm not quite agreeing with that. And that is why we had asked the applicant to provide a ZRD1. So I don't think if the threshold question has been addressed, I don't see how we can push forward on this one and allow for a special permit to be applied in this case. And the other part with regards to the predominantly built up, the applicant responded to it, even though I don't think we can, I don't need to go there because the threshold has not been met. But just for the record, I just want to, again, very clearly state what typically the predominantly built up requirements are as per zoning. So to qualify for a predominantly built up area, there are 3 components that needs to be analyzed. One is that the block must be entirely within R4 or R5, including a commercial district mapped within the residential district of maximum 4 acres with buildings on zoning lots comprising 50% or more of the area of the block. 2, all such buildings shall have a certificate of occupancy or other evidence acceptable to DOB. 3, predominantly built up shall not apply to zoning lots that were built post October 21st, 1987. So those are the 3 criteria. It's not, the zoning resolution doesn't say or. It just states those 3. So that means you have to meet all of them to show that it's a predominantly built up, and I don't think the applicant has provided that. So I would recommend that we close the application, since the basic, based on the threshold factor, the applicant doesn't qualify for a special permit. And also the applicant did not provide any easement agreement, and should even, let's say the applicant goes back, gets a ZRD1, and the DOB determines that this is a semi-detached building, the board needs the easement agreement prior to any decision. Should we decide to reopen it based on the ZRD submission. So I just want to clearly lay out the issue. Another thing that was brought to my attention is that because of the zoning lot merger, well, anyway, I will talk to that later on. I want to go to Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments on this case.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I thank you for your comments, and I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I agree with your comments, and I fully support closing.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also agree with your comments, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 45, 2021-42 BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn.
Okay, finally, I think the application was heard in November. We were waiting for DOT and DP sign off. We have received them. I want to thank our team to get this through. And the board at the last hearing had asked the applicant to modify the rooftop outdoor space by moving the fence 10 foot away from Avenue L frontage, which the applicant has provided. So I want to thank the applicant for taking care of that and adding all the required notes as DOT required. So I'm very satisfied, and I think we are there to close the application. I want to hear from the other commissioners. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments. I'm fine with you closing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, it's a big finally. This is a school third hearing, almost there. Almost there means we're about to close.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Good.
Yeah, thank you to the applicant. Good job. Yep, let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
I'm satisfied with this application. I support closing.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah, thank you to the applicant for being responsive and turning everything around, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go to the next case, please.
Item number 46, 2022-31 BZ, 337 East 64th Street, Manhattan. This is the Browning School.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was held on October 4th. The board generally found that the applicant met all the findings. The open elements were all secret related, and also noise generated from outdoor open space and the adequate noise attenuation that is being proposed. And we had asked the applicant to revise the plan and adding more material to with regards to finding C related traffic and bulkhead. So in response to the comments, the applicant has submitted revised plan rendering and also clarified the ownership title. So the neighborhood character and the waiver diagram, the renderings that were provided were very helpful with regards to the elevator and the stair bulkhead. I do have a question with regards to the material that is being proposed. What kind of facade material is proposed for the stair and elevator bulkhead? Please indicate that on the plan and elevation. Also indicate the material proposed for the wall abutting the outdoor dining area and the proposed height. Along the roof terrace, planter is proposed, so indicate the depth and the width of the planted area. Now, the noise attenuation for the roof, I had some concern because it is immediately abutting the residential windows. I do recognize that this is a very heavily trafficked street, and there is a lot of noise, ambient noise related to it. But this is before DEP, so I'm sure DEP is going to look into this. I would like to hear from Ms. Benke before I go to all the commissioners with regards to the SECRA status.
Sure. Regarding hazmat, DEP issued comments requesting a wrap and CHASP. So we let the applicant know that. Air quality and noise, they just issued a letter, I believe yesterday, asking for revised air quality and noise analysis. If you want to look into that further, and DOT is also open. We sent the response to DOT comments, and we don't have a promise date, but we're waiting for that.
Okay, so we have air quality, noise, and DOT outstanding.
And hazmat as well.
Oh, right, and hazmat also. Okay, so we have a lot of SECRA open cases. All right, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I had originally asked questions about the outdoor space. And so they provided more information about how the outdoor space was going to be used in in both the subterranean space in the back, as well as the 5th floor mezzanine and in the front terrace. And they told us more about the brick walls that would be surrounding the subterranean space in the rear, and that would help as with the noise attenuation, as well as the fact that the space will be monitored by staff and faculty. They talked about the use of the 5th floor mezzanine front terrace and how that would be basically quiet passive use. And then they showed us what the composition of the walls outside would be in the front, as well as the fact that there would be planters along the street wall that would block the sound as well. And then they made notifications on both of those floor plans that would say that there would be no noise amplification in either of those spaces. And so I'm satisfied.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My input on this case during the last hearing was just 2 comments. One of them was related to the structural status of the building, and they assured us that they want to make sure that they're going to make sure with their structural engineer that the lateral loads will be addressed. So they answered this on the hearing. The second comment I had was regarding the call outs for the sections and the elevations, and they already submitted revised proposed plans, and they showed this on these drawings. So I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
I'm also satisfied with this application. Thank you.
Okay, great. It's 11:30. Does anybody want to take a 10-minute break, or should we just go to the new cases? Okay, let's finish the new cases and then we'll take a long lunch break. Yep.
Okay, good. 2020-51BZ, 2020-52A, 2020-53BZ, and 2020-54A. This is 95 and 105 Ridgeway Avenue. This is development of a self-storage warehouse, also not fronting on a map street.
Okay, I'm just going to pull out the plans. So we have received proof of service of initial filing and public hearing notice. Community board voted to disapprove the application. Community board opposed because the only access to the facility would be from a street developed with residential use. Also expressed concern about insufficient parking, security, and proximity of a 24/7 business operation adjacent to residential use. We also received 3 letters of objections and a letter of opposition from Assemblymember Maliatakis. This is an application for a GCL 36 for the development of an as-of-right self-storage warehouse use group 16 in an M1 district, zoning district, and a variance to access the proposed use group 16 use through a residential zoning district, which is contrary to zoning resolution section 22-10, use permitted as of right. So It's a zoning lot. It's a very large zoning lot, which is split into two zoning districts, R32 zoning district and an M11 zoning district. The R32 zoning district is mapped to the north of Ridgeway Avenue, and Ridgeway Avenue is a private street. And the residential portion of this zoning lot is about 108,000 square feet. It is developed with a residential enclave called Meadowview Estate, consisting of 48 single-family dwelling homes. And this portion of the zoning lot has been subdivided into several tax lots. The area to the south of Ridgeway Avenue is the subject development site, which is zoned M11. It is a vacant site, and the lot area of this site is about 118,000 square feet. The development site is adjacent to freshwater wetland area and is within the DEC jurisdiction. So the applicant is proposing two-story self-storage warehouse, which is an as-of-right use in an M11 zoning district. And the access to this warehouse would be through Ridgeway Avenue, which is a private road. However, the applicant I think, has stated that it is a privately owned record road. It is 38 foot wide, and there is a 7 foot wide sidewalk. And the Ridgeway Avenue is accessed from Rich Avenue or Riche Avenue. I'm not sure how to spell it, pronounce it R-I-C-H-E, Riche Avenue or Rich Avenue, which is a CCO street. The applicant is proposing on the use that is as of right and the parking requirement as required. 7 parking spaces would be provided, and the access to this facility would be through Ridgeway Avenue along the western end. So I would like the applicant to clarify with regards to the status of the DEC review. Are they allowed to build over the freshwater wetland area as shown in the plans? And what is the 30-foot wide interior driveway proposed for? Are there 2 access points from Ridgeway Avenue? That is also shown in the as of right, and it is not clear from the plan. It seems there's a curb cut, but it seems there's only 1 entrance, but there are 2 curb cuts that are shown in the proposed plan. The applicant also submitted an as of right plan of a community facility use. And before I don't want to discuss the as of right plan much, partly, and I want to jump straight to the findings. And I would also like the applicant to clarify why a 7221 is needed, because this is the first of its kind we are seeing. A variance to allow access on manufacturing, a portion of the zoning district that is within that is zoned for manufacturing use, to be accessed through a portion of a site that is zoned for residential use. However, the roadway that this manufacturing use is going to use is not a map street. It is a private road. And I think I know why, but the applicant needs to clarify that a little bit more clearly. And so that's why I'm asking this question. So I want to jump straight to the findings with regards to the uniqueness. So absent a uniqueness study provided by the applicant, I used the Zola map to identify the surrounding uses in the M11 zoning district. All the sites in the area to the south of Victory Boulevard is zoned M11, except for the subject lot 150 and lot 1314. The rest of the lots are all city owned, and it's under Parks jurisdiction, as part of the Fresh Kills Parkland. So based on that, the subject site is unique. However, the applicant referred to M uses in the area that have access to map streets. I was not able to locate the map and locate the use. So the applicant needs to provide the analysis to back up its narrative and weave in the argument that I'd stated, which is that pretty much all the lots to the south of Victory Boulevard are parkland, those zone manufacturing, it's parkland site. With regards to the hardship, the applicant, talked about the reasons of of it being in a freshwater, freshland, close to freshland area, the permeability of the surface and all of those arguments. And I think that is the reason why the applicant provided an as of right. The issue of as of right community facility, I do not believe needs to be played out as part of the hardship because it's an as of right use. This is an as of right use. There's no use variance that is being asked. So I'm not sure why community facility use is being used to justify how that would also not fare well. The hardship in this case, I think here it's the uniqueness. You have a manufacturing site that is not accessible by road. All other manufacturing sites in the area that are being used for manufacturing, which the applicant has not shown in the maps, is directly accessible from a map street. And that's good enough. That's what the uniqueness of this site is. The issue of as of right community facility, I think should only play out in the financials. I don't even think it needs to be in the uniqueness part of it. So I don't want to discuss too much of the as of right and compare the as of right to the proposed and show and discuss why the as of right is not viable because it has, it will require more permeability because I'm not sure that needs to be discussed. With regards to the financial, my question was, and this is for Commissioner Otley Brown to respond to, if this is okay. I noticed that the applicant was using a cap rate of 7%. And my question was in the as of right, which is a community facility use, is a 7% cap rate appropriate? Since I really think this is not a site where a community facility is viable and unless you have a particular occupant who wants to build a community facility use, otherwise it's kind of speculative. With regards to the neighborhood character, the proposed building is built to the sidewalk. Given its proximity to residential development, the building should set back from the sidewalk by 5 foot to allow for dense planting. This would also minimize exposure of the wall, the building wall, from being vandalized by graffiti. In the neighborhood character narrative, the applicant should state the nature of the traffic to and fro from the self-storage facility and if it will impact the local residential building neighborhood. With regards to the self-created, I don't have an issue with it. They meet that. So the minimal, it's really is tied in with the neighborhood character. I want the building bulk to be a little bit modified in terms and be respectful of the residential buildings and provide a little bit more of a softer appearance along the Ridgeway Avenue. With regards to GCL 36 findings, I don't have any issues. I think they meet the hardship. So I'm quite satisfied with GCL 36. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I actually am supportive of this site. And so the way in which I see it really, but for the waiver to allow this industrial use to use this private road, which the city looks on as having zoning, even though it is a roadway, it isn't a public roadway. So therefore it is subject to zoning and it's subject to residential zoning. And so absent a waiver to allow a use to use this residential road as if it were a public road, it would not be able to be developed at all. And so therefore, I'm actually sympathetic to that. And the fact that it is only one of 3 lots that have this similar situation, and one of those 3 are actually in ownership of City of New York, I am actually feeling for that reason, it does meet the A finding. I do feel though that for the purposes of analysis, they should show the as of right and show that the one as of right use that would be able to make use of that private road is a community facility. That is the only as of right use in an industrial area that could actually make use of that road. And so for that reason, I think it's important to start at that as a baseline, community facility use, and then show that for a variety of reasons, a community facility use is not feasible here. Number one, it has an extremely large parking requirement based on space, and so that would drive the project to be smaller than what could even be considered feasible. And also for the fact that community facility that isn't located very close to a hospital is really speculative. How many people are going to traverse a neighborhood and go through a private road to get to an ambulatory care facility or a doctor's office? It's hard to get to. There aren't any bus stops nearby, no trains nearby, and so therefore it would be purely speculative. So given that, I see that the financials should definitely have an as of right community facility as their baseline and then move to their proposed. Now, it shows us that being said, the financials show us a very small community facility building that doesn't make use of all of the floor area, with the argument being that the parking requirement and the layout of the parking would limit the size of the community facility. And so what I think, in order to make their point and not distract us from the idea that the community facility is so small at, I believe, 12,000 square feet, I think they need to lay out the parking and lay out a community facility building that is a 1.0 FAR. And in this case, it's going to have to show itself in terms of stories and not layout, because they are constricted by the fact that they have the wetlands adjacent area. So the footprint probably wouldn't be as large as optimum. It will then also show that it drives the construction costs and the development costs higher, and that because it's such a speculative venture, they cannot make a feasible use of the lot as a community facility. And then at that point, they will have completely proven their point, and then their proposal would be an acceptable alternative. I actually think out of all of the industrial uses that you could put on this M1 portion of the lot, a self-storage facility is one of the most benign. It's a very quiet use. There aren't that many people who come to a self-service storage. It's not like a steady stream of traffic. It does not require a lot of large truck traffic for deliveries or also to pick up goods that need to be taken somewhere else. And so I think it's pretty benign in this area. And I think you could certainly further control the effects through landscaping and properly plotting the building on this lot in response to the community. And so for those reasons, I'm in favor of this project. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with using a 7.0 cap rate for for a community facility use here, because that would express the fact that this is a speculative and very risky venture that would require a higher return in order for it to be considered something worth investing in. Now, I have a couple of minor financial comments. The first one is, if you look at the financial report and you look at the SWIFT estimator, the SWIFT estimator is only accounting for one story, 12,566 square feet, but there's no mention of the cellar, and the plans show what looks like a cellar in 2 stories or a basement in 2 stories. So there's a disconnect between what's on the plans and what's used in the SWIFT estimator. And so I think that the applicant needs to look at both of them and make sure that they accurately reflect each other. And it actually would make their case a lot easier anyway if they were to go with that larger building. And also, the applicant goes into an explanation of their soft cost usage and why they're including DOB permits and fees in their line items of soft costs, even though Marshall and Swift does cover permits and fees in their costing. And the reason why they're saying is that because the permits and fees are higher in New York City than they are in other places, and so therefore they want to count it as a line item. However, the Swift estimator provides a location modifier, and a location modifier is basically saying, we're going to allow you to add on to the construction costs that we estimate for your location, with the idea that everything is more expensive in your location than it is in the average location that we use to generate the costs. And the location modifier for Staten Island is 29%. So if the applicant is taking advantage of the location modifier, which is inflating all of the construction costs by roughly a third, I don't think you need to then also include DOB permits and fees as a line item in addition in the soft costs. I believe it's double counting. So that being said, that's my response to their argument. However, when you do look at their soft cost line items, they are very reasonable on a whole, in that the as of right is $58 a square foot. The proposed is $17 a square foot at the moment without the correction to the gross square footage. The hard costs are reasonable. The as of right is $265 a square foot. The proposed is $85 a square foot. And so even though I'm questioning the DOB fees being included separately, it's not really impacting the costs here, but I want to have this discussion because I don't want the applicant to start doing this in other applications that come before us where that may actually impact the financials in a negative way. And I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Otley-Brown, I have to thank you. You actually, and this is my bad, I really want to thank you for kind of making a very good argument for why an as of right community facility use needs to be studied, because of if the access to the street is what is before us for the variance and what use can be accessed as of right. And that is the reason why an as of right community facility is being used. And thank you for clarifying that and bringing to the front. So with that, yes, the as of right community facility use. And in this case, there are a lot of as of right community facility use could be used. A school could be built and a community facility like a medical office can be built. My only suggestion in that case would be, I agree with you, allowing for build it up to a 1.1 FAR and see what you need to do to get to a 1.1 FAR as of right building and where the parking would have to be. I would also say that in that case, try to build the building very similar to what you have in the proposed, because in the proposed, you have the building that is pretty long and does extend a little bit into the freshwater portion of the DEC freshwater area that is shown. So try to maximize as much as you can of that, and then show where the parking can lay out, and then how, or maybe build the building on a stilt. You have the ground floor all parking, and you have the second and the third and the fourth floor all medical pursuant to the underlying height and setbacks and whatever requirements. And then kind of say, this is what I can get if I want to maximize a 1 FAR building with all the required parking. This is what I would get. And then that goes to then the financial analysis of this is how much it would cost me to build a 1 FAR building. And that would be the simple way of doing it, rather than going through this argument of permeability and fresh water and all of those things. Put that away, take that away from the argument of hardship. Do not show those things. Just show what you can build as of right on that side, maximizing the 1 FAR.
I wanted to add one other thing. Ms. Malliotakis is a congresswoman and no longer an assemblywoman. She's in the U.S. Congress.
Right. That's right. Yeah, I'm so sorry because the letter said assembly. You're right. Thank you. Yes, my apologies, Congresswoman. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you twice. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. you said what I wanted, like you said, like 90% of what I wanted to say. And thank you for getting back to the as of right being in play. I do agree that we need an as of right. This is like 101 variance. If we have a proposed, we should have an as of right to like show the feasibility of that as of right use or the as of right proposal. So that being said, I do agree that the argument about the drainage and the subsurface is not going to get that discussion anywhere. It's just, and I've seen this before, and I said this before. If somebody is arguing that the subsurface is unique, this is probably like the mission impossible to prove, because in order to show your site is unique, you need to give us probably 20 to 30, probably 50, depending on how big is that area around the sites with subsurfaces, and then give us the subsurface for yours and show us that the subsurface at the subject site is totally different and totally unique. And this is kind of like very tough based on my experience in the field of geotechnical engineering. The argument about permeability and the drainage and how much the subsurface would allow water to like penetrate through or to infiltrate through, and therefore the amount of water that could be drained is limited on a case like this. Again, I do believe it's irrelevant to show why. Just let me. To explain why, if we look at, 1 second, let me move that. Oh, come on. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Do you see, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, for some reason I stop sharing and then I go back to it. Sorry.
Can I go back to one basic question? So you agree that in this case, let's go to before we discuss the need for the hardship argument.
Yes.
You don't think a hardship in this case is warranted? Do you think, based on what Commissioner Otley-Brown stated, do you think the hardship argument needs to be explained here or not, and the applicant would be able to meet the uniqueness without the hardship argument?
I do believe that the site is unique. This is finding A. I do believe that without a waiver, there is no, possibly, there is no development feasible, possible. And this is what we call it hardship. And this is the kind of element that the applicant need to work on, but not the way he presented it in the.
So when you say without the waiver, that is providing the access through the residential portion of the zoning law to the site will not be buildable. That's what you mean?
No, I didn't say that. What I said is I do feel, and that burden of proving this is not on me, it's on the applicant. That applicant needs to show us why it's not possible to build something on the lot that's as of right to access from a residential district, which, as he presented, is a community facility. And the way he approached this in the current submission is he said, I cannot build a community facility, in my opinion, for 2 reasons. Reason 1 is the community facility building is as presented in the submission, is very tiny. And if you look at the screen, this is the community facility that's being suggested, and all the yellow areas are areas that are candidate to be built over areas. If you look at the diagram right underneath, you can clearly see that. You see this square here? It's built over in the proposed. Why it's not here? You see this area here and this area here? It's built over in the proposed. Why it's not here and here? Even this area in the proposed, it's paved. Why it's not built over and then used in the second floor to build over a second floor and add it to the footprint or to the floor area of the proposed community facility. So my take is they need to tweak the as of right proposal, adjust its size, throw away the argument about the drainage, because if you look at the community facility proposal here versus here versus the proposed, that if you compare these two areas, the shaded areas, this one, the magenta one and the orange one, you can see that they are very comparable. And these are the impermeable surfaces that are proposed in the two cases. If you have the same impermeable area and we're talking about the same size, we're talking about the same drainage. So both in the current proposal, in the current submission, both the proposed and the as of right practically more or less give the same drainage. So there is no point of saying, I want to do the proposal because it gives less drainage than the as of right. So this point here is not standing. It's not supporting the argument. The second fix is fix the size of the building. Make it like Commissioner Brown mentioned. Make it an as of right FAR of 1, and then proceed to the argument to prove it to us that this is not a feasible project. If this is done successfully, I'm fine with the case. I hope I did explain myself well.
Yep. Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I too found this unique. I did find a hardship. I don't believe that the proposal offends a C finding or nor is it self-created. I think that they meet the hardship with regards to a GCL 36. Like practically speaking here, I think we can all agree on a practical level that they're entitled to relief because there is nothing else they can do that wouldn't be tantamount to a taking at the end of the day. There is no, I think practically we can agree that it is unlikely that any other use would be viable, and this particular use that they're requesting is the least offensive for this area. I'm satisfied with this application. I understand that there are some tweaking that the commissioners want done for the purposes of our resolution and to support our findings, but I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Shetta that the drainage is a poor argument and should be removed. Also in the financials between the as of right and the proposed, the drainage and the septic system are shown as exactly the same costs, but they're arguing that they would be different in the community facility situation. There doesn't seem to be any change made for the site coverage or lot coverage. So that lack of distinction also makes the argument seem quite empty. But for my own understanding, and maybe Commissioner Shetta knows the answer to this, I don't understand what the 15-foot depth is and how for permeable soils or surfaces below grade and how that affects one's sanitary sewer or septic system. And having a granite shelf within that and how that, I don't understand that. And so I just want to understand that for myself and for future projects. So it'd be great if the applicant could explain. I agree that there's a uniqueness and a hardship. I think that we need to have a better understanding, as Vice Chair mentioned, of car circulation and parking access to the site. There's no indication of real, I mean, you can see where you enter the buildings, but it really, it's not so clear how one would park and get to one's storage unit and presumably load back into their car. I don't think there's any understanding on my part of how this space actually functions. And given that the community board disapproved their recommendation of this because of concerns about parking and circulation on the site as well as around it, I think that should be addressed. I also think the concern of security should be addressed by the applicant in the public testimony. Otherwise, I have no further comments on the application.
I just want to go back to something that Commissioner Yoon, you raised. I mean, I think we are all kind of saying that the hardship argument of the permeability surface and the freshwater is not an argument that is working, and that should be removed from it, from the statement altogether. So I think if that is being removed, do you still want the applicant to clarify the whole thing with the granite subsurface and all that? Because if it's going to be removed, I don't think we need to have any discussion on it, because they're not citing that as a hardship.
Yeah, I apologize if that wasn't clear. I just don't know what that argument, what the regulatory argument was. And so I was asking out of curiosity. That's all. I don't think that it should be used as an argument for the application.
I think this would be one of those discussions we can have with our Dr. Shetta when we are having a more in-house staff discussion about how these affect site development.
Certainly, I don't want to spend more time than we need to.
You have not been purview to a lot of geology 101 and siting 101 hearing. So we will give you that opportunity after this hearing.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
It is quite enlightening.
Commissioner Shetta has his hand up, as well as Ms. Benke.
And I'm not gonna talk about the shelf.
Okay.
Okay. The shelf is, no, I said, I'm not gonna talk about it. The only thing I forgot to mention is that on the cost, the construction cost. I don't know, maybe I did it incorrectly, but when I looked at the cost for the community facility, I just divided the total cost, hard and soft, both, by the gross floor area, which is 12,566, and I got $350 per square foot. While when I did the same thing for the self-storage facility, which is 85,000 square feet, I got something on the order of $100 per square foot. I'm not sure if I did something wrong again, but I wanted
That's
just
right.
to.
Your figures are right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you. This was very helpful. Let's go to the next case.
Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Benke.
It's okay. I just want to say that it appears we received a revised EAS on Friday, and we had issued comments with the initial notice of comments. So I briefly reviewed it. It looks like a response to some of the comments, but not all of them. So we will need that to determine what interagency reviews are needed. So I'll reach out to the applicant.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Okay, the final case is 2022-15BZ, 5 Clove Road, Staten Island.
We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to approve this project with one recommendation that a DOB shall monitor all construction, or actually it's requesting that DOB monitor all construction and that all construction vehicle be located on the site during the entire construction process. The application before us is for an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-126 to allow an ambulatory diagnostic or treatment healthcare facility use group 4 exceeding 1,500 square foot located in an R32 zoning district in a lower density growth management area of Staten Island. The zoning lot area is over 1,500 square foot. It is about 9,300 plus. The applicant is proposing, there is an existing medical facility on the site. The applicant is proposing to demolish that building and construct a new building, a 3-story ambulatory care facility with the required parking that would be located at grade. So my first question, just simple question with regards, before I go to the findings, with regards to the proposed building, the applicant needs to show the proposed building height and the street wall height and the setback distance from the street line at grade and above the setback on second floor. With regards to the findings of section 73-123, the basic threshold is that the minimum lot area has to be 5,700 square foot and meet the minimum lot width of 60 foot per zoning resolution sections 23-35. The subject zoning lot is more than the required. It is, as I mentioned, is 9,300 plus and has a minimum lot width of over 60 feet, 84 feet along Little Clove Road. The proposed floor area is also below the maximum permitted. The special permit says it has to be less than 10,000. The proposed floor area is below the 10,000 square foot. With regards to finding A, the proposed project would provide 54, which is regarding amount and type of open area. The proposed project would provide 5,408 square foot of open space. The applicant states of that the percentage and has provided us a percentage of area that would be planted, has provided a study. So the BSA, first of all, BSA drawing sheet 16 is lumen study, and it, as stated in the statement of fact, in the statement of fact, the correct BSA drawing sheet is BSA 17. That is the drawing that is referring to the open space and the parking, the planting study. So based on the analysis provided, majority of the lots on the subject subject block maintains more than 70% of open space area and over 60% of planting area. The proposed plan would maintain 57% of open area and 57% of open area and 50% of open area that would be planted. So with regards to the open area in front of the building along Little Clove Road, is it a paved surface, and indicate the width of the surface on the plan? If it is a paved surface, clarify why it has to be, since it is not going to be used for any vehicular access. It is only to access the building entrance. Why can't it be of a pervious material? And also minimize, in that case, minimize the width of that paved surface area and provide more planting along the building facade, taller planting along the building facade that would, along both frontages, that would both shield the parking area and will also soften the building design. The applicant should work with the Department of Parks and Recreation to provide more street tree planting where permitted along both street frontages. I noticed some beautiful mature trees on the side. I don't know if those can be kept, but that's just my wishful thinking. With regards to finding B, which is regarding access to light and air to abutting buildings, the proposed building will be located 13 feet from the northern residential lot line. No dimension has been provided for the distance between the proposed building and the western lot line. The applicant should also indicate the distance from the fire stairway at the rear of the building to the western lot line. Provide a survey with the abutting residential lots and existing building and the distance from these residential homes to the lot line. While the third floor of the building sets back from the northern lot line by 16 feet, it's not clear how much it sets back from the western lot line. Justify the need for 2,249 square foot of office space. The reason I'm asking is that not knowing how much that portion of the western building is set back from the lot line, I would like to know if the third floor along the western lot line can be set back and can extend more towards the Little Clove Road portion to make up for the lost floor area from the western lot line. Then the question is also that there are, will the lower roof on the second floor be accessible and be used by the occupants of the building? I'm hoping not, especially the ones on the lower level. Provide a note on the lumen plan sheet that all light sources shall be shielded and pointed away from residences to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. With regards to finding C, which is regarding the scale and placement of the building, The applicant should provide a front yard, rear yard, and side yard study of the surrounding context to establish the placement of the building. Indicate the grade level change from the abutting residential building. Fencing along the residential lot line must be provided, either metal picket fence or an opaque fence, but not a chain link fence. The placement of the proposed building is generally thoughtful. It is located closer to the street frontages while maintaining the minimum required front yards, and the overall massing of the building sets back from the abutting residential homes. With that said, the building design is more commercial and less residential in appearance, especially the use of the metal panel for the facade. The metal panel is not an appropriate choice of material in this location. I would say instead use stucco and brick or wood paneling for the treatment of the facade to be more in keeping with the context here. So those are my comments. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Otley Brown. Vice Chair, Commissioner Shetta, could you take your hand down? Also,
Oh, I apologize.
okay,
Sorry.
to the member of the public that has their hands up, this is still a review session. Once we come back after break, we will have the public hearing. If you want to discuss this case that we're currently discussing, you'll have to wait until we get to that one. So unfortunately, so if you would lower your hand also, thank you. You can proceed. I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Matias. Go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I agree with you that as for the landscaped area or the open area on Clove Road, it actually shows as lawn at the moment, and I think it should be more heavily landscaped. And I think that while they do have a lot of open space on this lot, only half of the open space is actually landscaping at this point in time, which really translates to 25% of the overall lot that's landscaped. And that falls below the amount of landscaped areas on the surrounding lots. And so it doesn't quite meet the finding. In addition, I feel that the building looks industrial and doesn't fit into this residential neighborhood as it's currently designed. And so given that, I would request that they soften the appearance of the building so it more seamlessly fits in with the residential neighborhood. And one way they can do that is to somehow set back that top floor or slant the roof in some way so it appears a little bit more like it could be residential in nature, and also to increase the types and the amounts of landscaping that's already on the lot. So instead of lawn, which is grass only, if they provide more bushes and shrubs, it could actually soften the appearance of the building from the Clove Road position. And then I also had a question as to the layout of the driveway and the lay-by on Little Clove Road, because they currently have two curb cuts. And what you're going to have is you're going to have the option to go directly under the building into the parking spaces, or to kind of go through a driveway entrance that allows you to drop off passengers right by the door and then circle through and go out of the driveway on the other side. And that is taking up space that could be landscaped. And so my question would be, can you achieve that goal of allowing people who are dropped off to be as close to that front door as possible, while also not having so much of the lot being devoted to pavement and driveway? And so is it possible that you can do some kind of a lay-by into cutout into the sidewalk on Little Clove Road that gets you closer to the entrance of the building, so that that additional driveway can be completely landscaped except for a pedestrian path that goes into the building? Or can you somehow arrange for drop-offs to happen under the building, and so also that Little Clove Road yard can be fully landscaped as well? So those are all of my questions, and they're aimed at making this building appear to be more residential and more in line with the other buildings in the area in terms of lot coverage, open space, and amount of planted area versus pavement.
Commissioner Otley Brown, with regards to 2 curb cuts, I was looking at the plan and I was initially confused also about the curb cut. So when I looked at BSA plan sheet 2, it shows an as-of-right site plan, and there it has, it seems to indicate 2 curb cuts. But the existing, I believe, has only 1 curb cut on Little Clove Road. The drawing was a little confusing. I kept looking at it and I thought it has 2 curb cuts. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. I think there is
Oh,
only.
That's
Yeah, I think
even
it's-
better if you're right and that the proposed only has 1 curb cut and there is no driveway area. Like if you look at proposed building perspective page 10, if you look
Give
at
me-
that, it almost looks like
Yep.
they're creating some kind of a driveway to get to the entrance. But if that isn't a curb cut and there is no driveway there, then there's no reason why that should be pavement. That should then be landscaped except for a pedestrian path. And then that would be a way of increasing the green area on this lot.
Okay, okay. So this is that little cutaway that is there right when the building, when the site turns from Clove Road to
Right.
Little.
It makes it
Okay.
look like it's a driveway that you're trying to achieve, but if it isn't, then even easier to make that greenery.
Right, to have a continued green, okay, so I think the proposed driveway is just for the vehicular, and this little opening cutaway between the hedges is for the pedestrian to enter the facility. And you're suggesting if there can be a lay-by area,
Or not, just so that like that area that's currently looks like it's going to be pavement is completely closed off and landscaped. And so then you just will have the driveway that comes from the curb cut that you actually see that goes under the building. And then you could have a pedestrian path from the sidewalk into the building entrance on the first floor that opens out towards the street. And that other part that's looks like it's going to be blacktop should be closed off and landscaped.
yeah, so then all the drop-off pickups will have to be contained within the building and not at the curb of the Clove Road, because I'm a little concerned about providing drop-off pickups along Little Clove Road. The Clove Road is, if I understand it, I've been to this area a couple of times. It's kind of like a service road to the expressway. So there is a lot of heavy traffic movement that is happening. And I don't think there is a traffic light, so vehicles can turn from Clove Road to Little Clove Road. So that creates a little bit of an unsafe condition for encouraging vehicles to stop up at Little Clove Road for people to be dropped off at the roadside. I noticed that there is a parking area along a portion of the Little Clove Road. Maybe that can become a no parking area, and that can be used for the layover or for drop off and pickup. That is something if the applicant can work with DOT to do that. That may be one way to do it, but the best will be to have all of that accommodated within the site so that you minimize any potential conflict with vehicles turning from Clove Road to Little Clove Road and causing backup onto Little Clove Road. And maybe Commissioner Shibata can educate us more since you are more familiar with that. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I believe that the application meets the findings, the general findings of a special permit, in addition to the findings of 73-126. This is in general. On the detailed comments, I do have 2 points to address. The first one is I do agree on the luminous spread. They need to add a note, like to put the belts and suspenders for any future complaints if something arises, so they can address it with respect to any possible excessive luminous spread to the neighbors. The other point, and I'm not sure about this, when I looked at the parking, they are proposing 16 spaces. And my understanding is that this is based on one space per every 400 square feet. When I divide the floor area by 400, it comes down to 16.47. Is it rounded up or it's rounded like mathematically? If it's up,
So the way it's been always used is if it's more than 16.5, then you round it up. If it's
Okay.
less than 16.5, you round it down.
okay, so it's mathematical. This is not how we work, the engineers. We're kind of conservative, maybe because we work on safety stuff. So yes, I'm fine with it then. If I just wanted to help the applicant avoid like going to the DOB and then coming back for one spot. So I wanted to raise this to just make sure that there is no issue. Other than that, I'm fine with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I too have an issue with the A and C finding of this application. I think that the applicant should be advised to be more sympathetic or sensitive, actually, to his neighbors. I agree with both. I agree with my colleagues. I think that there needs to be more actual landscaping, and the structure itself needs to be softened to fit into the neighborhood, which again, this is very residential, and they should keep that in mind. Other than that, I don't foresee this being very problematic. I think that even what was discussed right now between Commissioner Shanda and Commissioner Holly Brown would satisfy many of my concerns with regard to landscaping and drop off. So I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thanks. I agree with what's been said. I have, let's just say I agree with what's been said. And I also would like to understand a little bit better what the needs on the office level are for an occupancy of 2 and why they need such a big space. Otherwise, I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. So we are.
Okay, so this concludes the review session. If there's no other questions, Commissioner?
No question. Is there any secret related things that we need to know about on this one, Ms. Banky?
There is currently open air quality and noise, but we're working with DEP on this issue. So,
Okay, we don't need any DOT on this one.
not unless there's a concern for the board.
Okay, thank you. Good, thank you. All right, so this concludes our review session. Okay, so we are at 12:25 mark. So let's take a 45-minute lunch break, and that would take us to 12:10, 1:10 to resume our public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Steve, put up the break sign.
Right. Apologies for the delay. Apologies for the delay.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of, you want to put the screen up, Steve? Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for December 6th, 2022. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 37, 2017-262BZ, 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. This is Todd Dale.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. So as noted at review session, the primary issue remaining with this application is seeker. Just so the board is updated, there was an archaeological question raised, and that has since been resolved and received that sign off. But a day or two prior to our most recent submission date, DEP did issue noise and air quality comments. Those are currently under review, and we'll get those addressed as soon as possible.
What is the time frame, if you can give us an idea?
The air quality, to my understanding, is complete. The question with noise is there's a discussion going on between the environmental consultant and DEP regarding the attenuation. I truly wish I could give you a clear estimate, but I would say a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, so we can be flexible with the board's calendar. I'm not sure, what's tied up as far as submission dates, but it's really the noise and resolving the attenuation issue that's the.
So you need to respond, you will be submitting response to DEP's comments to noise and air quality in 2 to 3 weeks.
I'd say yes, conservatively. It's probably sooner, but better to be a little conservative.
Since we are already approaching the holiday season, it's safe to say not much may happen.
Right.
Fact that in DEP provide response back, I don't want to take another of the hearing just to get a sign off. So I want to push this out as much as possible. So that's why I kind of want to get a rough idea how long it will take to get us there. And then based on that, should DEP require any noise attenuation or air quality, those measures need to be reflected in the plans. And the EAS would have to be revised fully. Okay, all right. I think 4 months is probably more realistic.
I was going to say late February, but
there is as you know from many of your projects before,
yes.
There is a backlog, and we need to be respectful of their priority. We do our best to prioritize. Our team does its best to prioritize things, but Ms. Benke, do you have any thoughts on how long you think it will take based on the comments DEP has provided?
It was a very extensive comment letter, but
It was or not?
It was.
Okay.
But I don't have any idea how long that will take.
Okay.
We're flexible with the board's calendar. If you believe March is the best for another date, that's fine. We want to work with and not against.
So yes, try to respond to as many all of DEP's comments to help you move the timeline forward. Thank you, Ms. Benke. Okay. Any questions or comments for Mr. Dale from the commissioners? There's no. Go to the public.
Yeah, Vice Chair?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. It's a suggestion. It's not a comment. I see that they just requested 2 adjournments before. If we can put it like in for February, and if they do not get it done, we can just adjourn it. They still have one more chance to adjourn. But rather than putting it for April and later on we cannot like put it for earlier date. That's a suggestion.
I'll keep that in mind. It's just that, we have a lot of other cases that may want that time slot. And I don't want to give up that time slot if we are not sure. So we will keep that in mind. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll keep that in mind, but those are the factors that go in scheduling. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public then.
Sure. The case we are currently discussing is 2017-262BZ, 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. This is a variance to permit the construction of a 3-story plus cellar residential building in an M zone. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 1-888-475-4499 if you're outside the city. You will enter webinar ID number 810-2435-9694 and press the pound sign. Once you're press the pound sign, at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only also. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the telephone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this case, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand located.
Yes, can you, whoever
Steve,
is
your
monitoring,
screen is like weird.
it's not review session, it should be public hearing.
If you wish to discuss this case, then raise your Zoom hand. And once you're permitted in, you will get 3 minutes to speak.
Okay.
I don't see anybody raising their hand yet. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. All right, so we discussed the timeline, so most likely March or end of March, early April kind of situation, depending upon how, what feedback we get from DEP. Maybe we can try to get a read from DEP. I'm not promising anything.
Understood.
Okay.
What happened? Steve, my screen is going. What did you do? Steve?
What happened?
The screen went to blank there.
Oh, we can see the public hearing notice.
I can't, for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Something's going on there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Dale. We will try to schedule this for March or if earliest as possible.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Happy New Year and happy holidays, since it's really the last of our hearings.
Yes. Well, I'll be here for the hearing a little bit longer, so.
Oh, yeah. He's the next
Oh,
one.
right. The next one also. Yes, that's right.
Next item is 2017-269BZ. 269BZ, 65 Grasimere Avenue, Staten Island.
Dale for the applicant.
Do you affirm, raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. I did attend review session, and to echo Ms. Benke's comment, the revised EAS was submitted, and we're just waiting for a DB response and any forthcoming comments. So similar to the last case, though this is a slightly different time schedule.
Okay. So how many back and forths have you had with DEP on this? Were the comments very extensive?
Well, this was, because this was revised from a proposed enlargement to just a legalization, this new EAS changed some of the circumstances with respect to like ground disturbance, the air quality remained the same. So I would say that this is almost like a fresh EAS because it's not a comment situation, but we can be flexible again with the board's calendar, timeframe, a similar schedule to the other one. I'm not sure what like a new seeker timeframe would be, but we can be very flexible with the board's calendar.
Okay. All right. All right. Any questions or comments for Mr. Dale? Commissioners are saying no. Let's go to the public then.
The case we're currently discussing is 2017-269BZ, 65 Grasmere area, Staten Island. It's a variance to permit the legalization of a one-story enlargement to an water repair facility. Actually, that's correct. Changed. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or our toll-free number, should you be outside the city line, 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 810-2435-9694. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand. *6 to press *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise the Zoom hand, which is located on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss. And starting when the clock is now. I don't see anybody with their hands up. See anybody calling in? Wait, someone with a 113? That's someone still, but the hand is not up, so I don't know. If someone with the last numbers 113 is for this case, then please raise your hand. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Dale.
Great, thank you.
So what time frame do we have? I'm sorry.
I think again, March, April.
Okay.
And since this is a fresh EAS, we should try to monitor it closely. And if we think we're not going to get, if there's going to be a lot more back and forth on clarifications and questions, maybe we push it out from March and April, depending upon the extent of the back and forth and comments raised.
Okay.
But we'll try to keep it with the same time frame as the previous one, if possible.
Okay. Item number 39, 2018-173BZ, 128 Beach 9th Street, Queens. This is Jake Goldstein.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm. Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicants. With the other two cases, I think we're in the same scenario. I don't have a definitive timeline on my response to the comments for the waterfront revitalization. I hope to have that timeline tomorrow and be able to tell the board exactly what the timeline is. It shouldn't be that extensive. It's just I don't have the answer today.
I believe you also had shadow analysis. That was that closed, or has that been?
Yeah, I think the natural resources we're waiting on a response from DEP, and on my end,
DEC. Sorry, DEC.
And on my end, I have to get you the waterfront responses, which I hopefully will have a timeline for you tomorrow.
Okay, so shadow is closed, natural resources open, waiting from DEC, and waterfront. That's from city planning, but you would have a better understanding tomorrow.
Right.
Okay. The natural resources, what is it that we're waiting from DEC, and how extensive of a time frame is that?
We just reached out to see if they have any comments, because the applicant submitted a new study. I'm not saying they might not have any comments, but we just sent it last week, so.
Okay, and typically, how long does it take?
Since it's not a New York City agency, it varies.
Okay. Yep, and we're getting into holiday season, so definitely end of January, end of December is not possible. More like sometime end of January, we may get some response.
Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein, do you
I'm gonna endeavor to get you my responses before the holidays.
All right. Okay. We will do our best, but it all depends on the sign off from, and once you respond, then city planning is going to review and respond back, right? So we need
Yes.
at least 35, I think, is it 30 to 45 days city planning requires to respond back?
Typical 30 days.
Okay. So definitely nothing before end of January, most likely end of February, we will get something. So we're looking at again, March, something like that.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, any questions or comments for Mr. Goldstein? All right, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2018-173BZ, 128 Beach 9th Street. This is a variance from development of a mixed-use community facility and residential building on a waterfront lot. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or our toll-free number, should you be off the city line, it's 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 810-2435-9694 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand on the bottom of your screen. And this is only for 2018-173BZ. I don't see anybody with a hand up yet. Let me start the clock. Once you're permitted in, you'll have 3 minutes to discuss. 1 minute. Okay.
Okay,
All right,
All
thank you very
so-
much.
keep us posted on your timeline on WRP.
I will.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Happy New Year and happy holidays, everybody.
You too.
Thank you, same to you. Take
Bye.
care.
Item number 40, 2019-304BZ, 2019-304BZ and 305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx. This is a residential development. This is Amanda Iannotti. Please let her in.
Mhm.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Iannotti. Is there anyone else with you?
I think just Amber today.
Let's see, Amber. I don't see Amber.
Do you need her?
Maybe not.
Okay, do you want to proceed? Sure. Okay, let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Oh, there's Amber now. Could you let
Okay.
her in? Except as panelist, Ms. Catlin. Let me swear you in anyway, then, in case you want to. Amber, you want to unmute, please? Thank you. Hi. Let me raise your right hand just in case you have any testimony to give. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Go ahead, proceed, Ms. Ayanati.
Thank you. We listened to the board comments and I think we're in the same boat as some of the prior cases. We're just waiting for outstanding seeker sign off or any further comments. I believe we have everything in on our end. We're just waiting on review.
Yeah. Okay. While all of this review is going on, have you started the SCP process? Or that can't happen until you have the approved set of plans?
Yes, so we need the site plan generally approved, and then I believe the first step in the timeline from AKRF was to approach DOT for a revocable consent. So
Right.
no, that process has not started yet.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments for the applicant? No, the commissioners are shaking their head side to side. Let's go to the public then.
Okay, so the case we're currently discussing is 2019-304BZ and 305A 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx. This is for variance for development to permit the development of a 15-story residential building contrary to zoning regulations in an M district and a waiver of the general city law, section 36. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or toll-free number 888-475-4499. You're outside the city limits. You will enter the webinar ID number 810-2435-9694 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone in order to speak. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted to in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. I'm setting the clock to allow for the difference between the YouTube and the hearing. 1 minute.
May I add 2 things while we wait?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure when the board is ready to start drafting resolution that the address here is 50 and 60 Willis. The agenda still lists 132nd. And we will be submitting a final proposed plan. The only thing that will change is the one approved sheet for the FDNY because we got that site plan re-stamped by them since it changed from their approval. So there will be one final proposed plan set with just that one sheet changed out for the proper site plan FDNY approved stamp.
Okay, thank you. That's makes it much cleaner and clearer.
They did not update the letter because all the conditions still stand. They just updated the stamped approved site plan.
Okay.
Ms. Prenga has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Prenga.
Hi, you mentioned the address change. The address on the DOB objection is the 132nd Street address. Is that okay?
I believe it's now 50-50. Is it 50-60 or 50-60 Willis?
50 and 60. Yeah,
But the
and that was
DOB objection has the previous address.
the address was confirmed by Bronx Topo. So that is the proper address, and I believe the architect can just amend the block and lot remains the same.
Yeah, if the block and lot remains the same, here's a question. If the block and lot remains the same, And the
Chase, I'm sorry,
difference.
Vice Chair. Chase, do you want to opine in?
Yeah, I was just wondering if someone could confirm for the record the DOB application job number.
201304. I'm just opening. DOB objection.
321195327.
No, I don't believe it would start with a 3 for a Bronx job. It
Yeah,
should
three's
start
That
with
is
2.
Yeah, the in the buildings, yeah, that's interesting. The job application number on the DOB objection sheet is 321195327.
That's weird.
I'm sorry, if you would just keep that up for just one moment, please.
Is that the hub numbers, maybe?
So this job 321195327. I just want to make sure I have this correct. Does not relate to this job. Oh, this is we'll look into this just to ensure that the bin and job that which this is filed to corresponds to 5060 a range address Willis Ave.
Okay, all right. All right, so what I would suggest that Ms. Penga, Council Vine, and Ms. Annette is you just kind of keep yourself in the loop to make sure you have the right objection sheet number for the right site, and does the objection sheet need to be revised for the new address, and then it be reflected in our lineup.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's go to the, any questions or
did.
comments? All right, let's go to the public then.
No, we already did.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, all right. So I think we're going to be on a similar type of timeline on this one, most likely March or April. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
happy
you.
holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Okay, item number 41, 2020-14 BZ 34-10 12th Street, Queens.
Okay. I think this is Miss Arantia and
Good afternoon, Ms. Arantia. Is there anyone with you?
Good afternoon. No, it's just me today.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, or to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, you heard the board's comments. Please proceed.
Yeah. So first, I'd like to address the question of why.
Miss Arantia,
Yeah.
before you start, I just kind of want to make a couple of things very clear from our last discussion at the review session. I think what you gathered from our discussion is that we acknowledge there is a uniqueness on this, and the uniqueness and that the as of right use on this site is not something that is viable or feasible, and what is possible is the legally non-conforming use and legalization of the existing condition and enlargement of it. I want us to keep us focused on that, not get so much caught up. I know I did talk about the operational thing. I want to focus on that and not get caught up on the operational thing that is driving the need for it. It should be more along that the viable use on this site is only the as of right use, and the value of the existing build as a non-conforming use on the site. And there is actually my general counsel suggested that you look at a zoning resolution case 6-09BZ. It was a site in Staten Island that was approved recently by, I think, our board. It's a Phil Rampula case to help you build your argument. This is similar because that was also a building. It was an auto repair building, I believe, and they had acquired an adjacent site and they wanted to enlarge, and there was an argument to retaining the extension of the existing legally non-conforming use and operation of it. I haven't read the case thoroughly. Maybe General Counsel Bryan can give you a little bit more insight on it. So I would like to keep focused on that and use that as an example to build your argument.
And Vice Chair, I just want to jump in and edit or modify a statement that you made. First, you said that demonstrating that the only viable use is the as of right. I believe you mean that the only viable use is the existing use.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I can be in touch with the applicant with regard to 6-09BZ.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we're happy to be in touch with General Counsel. I had understood from the review session that you were wanting to hear comments on the e-finding only. So are you saying you want me to run through A
I
through
don't
E?
think, I think that what I'm saying is you probably don't even need any finding. You just need to beef up all your arguments and specifically focus the as of right, focus the uniqueness in the way we cited it, that an as of right use of a residential community facility on this site is not viable, and that you have a legally non-conforming use, and the uniqueness of the site lends itself only to the enlargement of the existing use on the site. So that, the uniqueness argument therefore is that you have an existing non-conforming use, and to make an as of right use viable is not feasible because of the unique condition, and that carry that into your feasibility argument without having to provide too much of the analysis, but through a narrative that if you were to take the as of right use, if you were to build an as of right use on this site from scratch, you would have to clean up the site, you have to tear down the site, and the cost associated with that and everything to provide an as of right use would almost make the project not feasible, because the site itself is not a very viable site for an as of right use. Then on top of it, added cost of all the cleanup and everything would make it possible. So look through that case that we just mentioned, because that is very similar. Kind of use that as an argument to build up and provide the narrative to back up, to make your argument of the A and the B finding. C is not an issue because you have an existing use, you're just enlarging it, and you already have the enlargement on the second floor. You're just pushing to legalize the extension towards the back further. So I don't think you have to worry. And D, we do not have an issue. We all accepted that you have two separate zoning lots and two separate COs, so that's not an issue. And E, what you're asking is minimal, so you can just. Anything that General Counsel you want to add to this?
I am forwarding the applicant some excerpted language from the resolution to the extent that they need to see anything from the application file. We can facilitate that, but a review of the resolution under that approval may be enough for the applicant. And to address this issue in a narrative, and if a narrative on that issue would be appropriate for the board, that that might be helpful. Just very quickly, in that application, it was represented that there were underground storage tanks that could lawfully remain in place if the owner was permitted to maintain the existing non-conforming use, but any new development or as of right development would necessitate testing and removal of underground storage tanks. A condition for any loan approval would likely require the removal of the underground storage tanks. Additional labor and expense associated with the testing and the removal of the tanks would demonstrate those additional costs. A conforming development would not be feasible. And then considering the unique physical conditions considered in the aggregate with those additional costs created practical difficulty and unnecessary hardship in developing the site. Further, in support of that, the applicant demonstrated scenarios for one, an as of right, four-story mixed-use residential commercial building that was appropriate in that zoning there. Two, conversion of the existing building to an as of right retail use. And then three, the existing and proposed automotive service establishment, the existing legalization of the non-conforming use. And the study concluded that the as of right scenarios would not result in reasonable returns, but that the proposal, the legalization of the existing non-conforming use would provide a reasonable return.
How about the enlargement then? Are we talking about the enlargement in play or no?
The applicant can review this resolution and address that as well. Yeah, and I believe that the board has discussed that the enlargement meets the C finding and the E finding, but this would go toward the applicant meeting the B finding as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the guidance on that. We'll go back and review that resolution and revise the submission.
And I do believe you're gonna need to address the comments from the previous hearing regarding some of the drawings that need to be fixed. Please fix that.
We'll review the drawings as well.
Thank you.
Okay, and any other questions or comments from the commissioners for Ms. Arantia? Okay, thank you, General Counsel. You said it better than I could have elaborate on it. Let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2020-14BZ 34-10 12th Street, Queens. It's enlargement of one-story non-conforming manufacturing establishments in a residential district. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499 should be out the city limits. You will enter the webinar ID number is 810-2435-9694 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, after you do that, at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you're calling on the phone. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. And, okay, timing it now. Why is it not doing this for me? And if you're in the Zoom room already, I'm sorry. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. I don't see anybody.
I think while we're waiting for the public to call in, with regards to the as of right, what would make sense is just to, I mean, I don't know if any guidance commissioners want to provide, but I think an as of right residential use on this side would, would be good enough. Any thoughts or suggestions on this, commissioners? Commissioner Otley Brown, Shetak, Commissioner Shetak. I don't see the full screen of all the commissioners. That's why I don't know if any. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Shetak.
Yeah, I don't think they need to do much on the residential proposal. It's if it's up to, this is like 2 by 3 equals 6. We don't need to prove that. What I mean is make it very compact. It's crystal clear with even the tanks in play, with the demolition, with all these, with the shape of the lot. It's crystal clear that like putting a residential on this lot is not gonna fly. Period.
Yeah.
And then this is how I think of a case like this. Then move to the next step. If that a residential development is not going to work, look at other as of right uses, and again, it's going to be similar to the residential. It's going to be easy to prove that it's not going to be the case to put something and it's feasible, and then move to the existing conditions and to the proposed. In my opinion, the most important thing on this case is to prove that you need to have the enlargement. The only struggle I have right now with this application is this: whether we need to legalize the existing or not. I'm past this, but whether we need to grant the enlargement or not. This prove it to us that you need the enlargement. It's done deal.
Well, I think in order for the existing, for the subject site to operate in a viable manner, they need this existing operation to function, and they need the existing enlargement. That's really kind of right?
And I totally understand that. Prove this with some sort of like very brief discussions. Maybe I'm gonna give just suggestions. Maybe some pictures for the interior. Talk about accessibility, moving from a space to space. Prove it to us that it's tight to just have the existing, and we need to have the enlargement.
Okay. Okay, yeah, and I think a lot of guidance will be provided from that BZ case 6-09, yes. And so the applicant should look through that very closely and stay close to that.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
No. Very good suggestion to follow the format in Nelson.
Yeah. Any suggestions from Commissioner Shibata or Commissioner Yoon on this one? Okay. All right. So please follow the Nelson case as closely as possible and use that as a guide to respond to your comments.
Okay, will do.
So how long do you think it will take you to do this?
About 4 weeks.
Okay. Okay. Our January calendar is pretty full. So we will have to get back to you.
Okay.
Okay. We'll do our best, but we'll get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you. You too.
Item number 42, 2021 47 BZ, 2100 Harmony Avenue, the Bronx.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. So I did attend the review session and heard the comments of the board. And I just would want to mention one quick thing and then discuss the needs for the upcoming submission. Per the suggestion of the board, we did try and provide 3 scenarios to make it easier and limit the number of hearings so the board could review all of these scenarios. The preference of the property owner was to potentially have the 1.5 foot front yard on Harmony, only because of the fact that it would allow for windows to face south. Because of the adjacency to the other building, it's not possible because of code to have windows facing south. And I think you'll see that there's a difference between the scenarios, that the only one that the 5 foot front yard on Harmony does not allow those windows because of the distance between buildings. That said, we've heard the board's comments, And if the board prefers the 5-foot front yard on Harmony, the property owner is agreeable to that. And to that end, we can obtain a new objection from the Department of Buildings requesting a front yard waiver and a side yard waiver and submit that to the record.
Can you explain to me the lot line window on if you were to have a 5-foot setback along the front lot line? Why would that not be? I mean, right. I understand you will not be able to have a window along the side lot line because that would be abutting the garage structure, and it cannot be a legal window anyway because you're on the lot line. But I think the only windows that you're proposing based on the original proposal was one by the kitchen and one in the bathroom. The bathroom, I noticed that you have provided the window facing the rear side lot line, side yard, I'm sorry. And the only one that's missing is the kitchen one.
You're correct. Essentially what it is it would be the south, which would be adjacent to the garage. The short of it is that providing any sort of side yard there would allow for windows to face south, and it would allow the proposed building to have windows facing all 4 frontages. The 5-foot front yard on Harmony would not allow for windows to be facing south, because even though they might on the second story be above the garage, because of the adjacency to the structure, the code does not allow the windows to be that close to the adjacent building. I'm trying to bring up the plan to find the code section. Just one second, please.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, you understand. Sorry, I don't have the code section in front of me. But that's the short of it. It's a minor item. It was just the preference of the property owner to have windows on all 4 exposures. But we've heard the board's reasoning with respect to the front yard on Harmony. And if that's the board's preference, the property owner is agreeable to it. We just wanted to explain some of the thought process behind the different scenarios and why those were forwarded originally.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Well, I thought you wanted to have windows by the kitchen, so that's why I was suggesting you swap it. But that it seems more you want to have windows on all 4 sides.
That was the thought, but it's not something that to draw a line in the sand, as it were, if that makes sense.
Okay. Fair. Okay, so you're okay with that, but you would need to get a new objection sheet. How long does it take to revise, or it would be a new objection sheet or a revision?
It would just be an updated objection. The current objection is just for the front yard. We just needed to update it to be for the front yard and the side yard. I reached out to the project architect. I've not, unfortunately, received a response back in time for this hearing. I don't think this objection would require like a full plan review, and it should be that extensive. I think it should be obtainable in a couple of weeks, but I unfortunately can't provide you a better estimate than a couple of weeks.
Okay. And do we have any environmental things on this, Ms. Benke?
No, this is a type 2.
Okay. Okay, so all we need is a revised objection sheet and your revised plan, and revise the statement of facts accordingly and findings.
Yeah, it should be the objection and a revised statement to match the plans. I don't believe we would need a new plan set. We would just, I could contact the project manager to confirm that plan sheet was considered the proposed plan sheet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it signed and sealed? Yeah, it seems to be signed.
It is signed and sealed, yes. So it would be the statement and the new objection. So I would say a few weeks, the objection, hopefully they can get me an answer maybe before the end of this hearing and I can update it, but that's the best estimate I can provide at this time.
Okay, all right. January is a heavy month calendar. So we'll do our best, what we can in terms of either January or February.
Understood.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Mr. Dale? All right, they're saying no. The commissions are saying no. Let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2021-47BZ, 2100 Hermione Avenue in the Bronx. This is a variance to the development of a two-family residence contrary to the front and side yards. Please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 810-2435-9694 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are allowed in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are all calling on the telephone to be allowed to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your case.
While we are waiting for the public to call in, Mr. Daly, I want to thank you for providing all the studies and analysis as the board had requested. So thank you for that.
No problem. Makes it easier and limits the number of hearings.
Agree. That's what we want. Okay.
Couple of more minutes, couple of seconds.
All right. Okay, so aim for February.
My only question is, and not to presume, but if the board is otherwise satisfied, is there a possibility of closing today and setting it for decision? Since it's only the statement and the objection that will be required?
I'm okay with it. Commissioner Council Vine, are we okay with without the revised objection?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's close.
1 second, sorry. Okay, for the motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Can you do that again?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
you.
I'll see you shortly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next item, item number 43, 2021 50BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn.
I think this is Mr. Friedman.
Moish Friedman and Lynn Friedman. I don't know who else. Can both of you join as panelists and unmute, please, on video?
Mute. And how do you do start video? Oh, there we go. Okay. How are you?
Hi, good to see you. Is there anyone else joining you?
I don't think we need anybody right now, so.
Okay, so raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, you heard what the board said at review session, please.
Yes, we were here, and I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'll give a little statement and then we can ask questions and see what's going on. So, I'm sorry about the confusion with the real estate and the search. We had given it out. I'm looking forward to getting a copy of a sample, and we will do whatever the board needs. It's not a problem. Number two, with regard to crossing guards, we spoke again to the school and they agreed to it, and we'll get a letter from the school saying that they will provide crossing guards, and we'll add it to the programmatic report.
Okay.
Now, with regarding the material for the sound attenuation barrier, if you look on pages 22, 23, 25, 26, and 27, it says what sound attenuation fence, and we actually uploaded also a copy of the brochure. It's going to be a minimum STC 28 sound attenuating fence made by AIL Corporation. It's a vinyl acoustic fence.
Okay.
And you could look at the samples that were given the brochure. It's a very pretty fence.
My apologies for not checking that fine print on the drawings. My apologies on that. Hold on. I'm just opening up that.
Well, if you look at, let's see, 22, it's right there on the top, 10-foot
right.
AIL sound wall.
What was the submission, the file name for the sample?
For the sample, oh, that I have to look up.
Oh,
It
here
has-
I see. AIL sound barrier brochure. You've submitted
Right.
it.
And if you look at it, you see it's actually a very pretty fence. It's very, we spent a long time looking for something nice.
Okay.
Okay, and on the side wall lot line on the board had asked for an 8-foot high brick fence, and on page 9 it says 8-foot high brick fence. Right above proposed 6-story. There's an arrow and it's called out. Hey,
Yes.
oh, okay, that's what the board wanted and we
must have
supplied
been-
it.
I must have been reviewing this application pretty late at night.
That's all right. There's a lot of stuff on this plan, so, okay. Now, regard to street plantings, I guess we really should put in a note, we are going to fund the tree fund because DOT wanted a 10-foot area in front of the building for children to on and off. And so we were required to take away the trees, so we'll have to pay the tree fund. With regard to the planting strip, apparently, as per the zoning, you don't need the planting strip if you provide pervious here it is. I got it. Pervious pavers, and that as per 26.421. So we don't have to have a strip, and that's in the residential zone. The manufacturing zone doesn't require a strip at all, but we weren't going to stop the strip in the middle. So we have a strip of pervious pavers straight along the curb line.
Okay.
Okay. Building sidewalls, I spoke to the designing architect, Eugene, who's very talented. As you look at, you see the rendering. So he says he will come up with some more stripes and something different colors on the sidewall to make it look a little bit better. And we'll do the same thing on the manufacturing side, even though it's, it's not facing any residential, but it'll make the building look a little bit better. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I think, right, on the side one, especially the east elevation, I guess that would be the one that's abutting the residential use.
Yeah, it's easier to call it the residential side. Yeah, we're going to do, he said he'll come up with a little bit more embellishments to make it look better.
And specifically the windows on the lower levels.
Right, so the first 3 floors, I think we'll make translucent windows, if that's all right with the board, and the upper 2 floors will keep it as clear windows. Upper 3 floors.
And non-operable on the lower.
No, they're all non-operable. They're only for light, but I'll put a note on the plans.
That would be great.
Okay, so that's the windows. And now the stair bulkhead on the manufacturing side, they continued the stair up to the elevator bulkhead. What we're going to, I spoke to the designer, we'll put an exterior stair and we'll make the bulkhead as small, the machine room bulkhead as small as operably possible.
Okay. Yeah, and there is no reason for the bulkhead over the mechanical, hot water, and vestibule to be that high either.
Correct. Yes, we're going to make it as small as it's needed. Remember, it has to be bigger than the elevator shaft, but we'll make it as small as possible. And the staircase bulkhead going up, we're going to take away and we'll put an exterior stair.
Okay, that is good. Thank you.
Okay.
Um,
Is there anything else?
So that's stairway A and stair B, right? A and B covers?
Well,
Okay.
A was fine because
A is fine, right?
Oh, I thought there was another
well,
one. Okay.
right. The B is the one that was way over, and that was, if that was being driven by stair B going up to the elevator bulkhead, you can just provide an exterior staircase, which is typically what we have seen.
Right.
And then reduce the height. It saves you cost also.
Yeah.
I have a question as I'm looking at the roof. I see there are mechanical spaces, ducts behind stair A.
Correct.
So
it's not machinery. It's not, or maybe just a fan. It's not something that really like air conditioning units. It's just the ducts and maybe an exhaust fan. That's it.
Okay.
You see the units are in the front and they're also set back. So you wouldn't see them from the front of the building.
my question is, would it be visible above the parapet from the residential dot line?
No, you shouldn't be able to. It's low down to the ground. Typically, all these duct work and is all low down. This shouldn't be. It's not going to be visible. And we even pushed the fence back. You'll hardly even see the fence on the roof because it's so far pushed back.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm finished my list. So
Timeline on secret.
Ms. Friedman, do you have anything to add?
No, it sounded like programmatically you were happy. So
yes.
Any questions, and I'm here.
Thank you. We always use yours as a sample. So thank you.
Pleasure.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. All right. Then let's go to the public.
Sure. The case we're currently discussing is 2021-50BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue. This is a special permit to permit the operation of a school in an M district. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 810-2435-9694. Press the pound sign. Once at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the lower portion of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
While we're waiting for public to call in, I'm looking at the elevations and I'm comparing that to the rendering that's been provided. So when I'm looking at the rendering, that's on the cover of the programmatic need.
Right.
That's in front of me, but that is the rendering that I see. There are some vertical and horizontal striation that is indicated in that rendering, which is not carried forth in the elevation drawing. So
we'll put it on, and he's working on maybe making a different color brick or
different texture, often different texture works. And this should carry forth also on the south elevation because that's also facing the residential rear yard. So please look into that.
Yeah, we'll update the elevation. They're simple elevations, really. So we'll see what they make it look a little, meant to convey mainly just height and everything, but we'll try and make it a little bit more dressy.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
Well, these corrections, I can 3-4 weeks. I would like to get it in before the holidays, but that's the maximum that it should take me because it's only a couple of plan changes, really.
Yes, that and also revising anything related to the statement that would need to be related.
Right.
You
Well, yeah, the site search, which we'll update. As soon as I have the sample, we'll get to work on it right away. It shouldn't take too long to take care of, so.
Okay. Ms. Benke?
I just wanted to check on the noise analysis. We hadn't discussed when that will be submitted. The revised.
Kathleen said within a week.
Okay, thank you. And school safety has no comments. This is outside of their purview based on the size, so.
Do we have any other outstanding EAS analysis or any?
Not from the applicant. DOT is reviewing currently the last response.
Okay. And
so air quality and noise for DEP.
Okay, and is this the first round of review or?
I can check. I think air quality may be the first. A moment. Yeah, air quality and noise are the first round, yes.
Okay, so that will take.
And we can't, yeah, we can't submit the noise until it's revised.
Okay. All right, so that will take a little bit of time for DEP to get back to us on it, and whatever comments they state would need to be reflected in the plan. So I would say hold off on revising the plans until you get all the necessary sign-offs and incorporate all of that into the plan in one set. I don't want you to waste your time submitting 2 sets of plans, responding to our comments, and then having to revise it to add DEP, DOT comments.
Thank
so
you.
Just wait for all of those, put those all in, and this will save you money and it will reduce amount of paperwork. So we will, unfortunately, our sister agencies have tremendous work volume, so it is taking them a while to respond to these comments. We do our best to prioritize and we will do what we can, but definitely a January hearing is not possible. We will try to shoot for February, March, again, hoping all that, your response provided to DEP is adequate, and then we can try to go for it. But I
understand.
I think even February is kind of optimistic unless you have a very tight deadline as to when you need to get the school operational. We need to know that.
They do, yes, they do have, but we were looking for February, the end of February, the February 27th.
So you need to close at least by end of February 27th.
Yeah, I think we may be able to do that. That seems within the realm of possibilities. For us, it's easy. It's the agencies is the problem.
Yes. Okay. All right. We hear you. We will do our best. And okay.
Can I add one small comment?
Sure.
On the mechanical equipment on the roof.
Yeah.
I know you're describing it as low to the ground, but in some cases, I've seen condenser farms go as high as 15 feet for a pretty modest building. So it'd be great if you could provide some dimension for how far set back the equipment will be and how tall any enclosure or any of the dunnage or the entire assembly would be, because of the extra bulk and the height that the building is already proposing. We don't want this. It is a narrow street, so the possibility of seeing it is smaller, but we just want to have it documented on the plans so it's clear.
Okay, yeah, from I spoke to them, it seemed like it was like these split units. If you look at the size of them, they look like a farm of split units, but I will get back and give it a typical dimension of one of them.
Okay, and just a proposed height.
I understand.
And set back from the street wall. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Ms. Commissioner Yoon.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. And also from the sideline, because it would be also visible from the residential. So,
well, yeah, it's pretty low to the ground, but we'll get,
Yeah.
I'll get to some dimensions.
thank you. Okay, thank you, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays and a good new year, and should be a great coming year.
Yes. Take care.
Yes.
Thank you. Take care.
Next item is item 44, 2021-64 BZ 205-207 Grays Neck Road, Brooklyn.
Okay, I think this would be Ms.
Lyra Ullman.
and San Vincenti.
Good afternoon, Mira
Good
Altman.
afternoon. Mr. Vincenti with you, or are you just by yourself?
He's on YouTube right now, actually. We don't anticipate him needing to speak, so we didn't ask him to log into Zoom.
Okay, so raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course. We attended your review session earlier today, both Sal and myself. We heard your comments. And as this only came up at the last hearing, we would like to ask for an opportunity to respond one more time in writing if possible.
I would say the last hearing that was held in August, and we scheduled this December with the aim that you had plenty of time to go to DOB and get a ZRD1. That is the only response that is going to be accepted here, because I don't want us to go back and forth between what prior boards had approved. And also I want to say that what prior board had approved, these were all pre-existing legally non-complying buildings with side yards and sandborn maps and all of that showed that. Here, this is not a pre-existing legally non-complying. You had attached buildings, then the zoning lot got merged, and that changed the equation completely. And so that is not a one-for-one kind of analysis. And so I think at this point, the only way the threshold element can be responded to is through a ZRD1. And that's why I had given August till December timeframe for that ZRD1 to be provided. I will give you another opportunity to secure that ZRD1, but I'm going to close today.
Appreciate that.
And should you be able to provide a ZRD1 that responds to the comments, then we will consider reopening it. And what I would strongly suggest that before you do submit the ZRD1, please do run it by our general counsel to make sure it is raising the question in the way we are asking you to frame it, because I don't want you to have to go back and forth on that, so that this is a one-shot perfect question with the answer that you so desire.
We do very much appreciate that. And we did attempt, as you know, to respond in a different way. We appreciate that you disagree with our assessment on that, and we will look at it from this way now.
Okay. And I would say, if you find an agreeable response from DOB, do listen to all our comments on the subsequent and respond to those questions accordingly.
Of course, the predominantly built up comment, and assuming we can get past all these other issues in your board and you're ultimately satisfied, we will then take care of the easement as well.
Well, I would suggest you take care of the easement now if you really want to get it done in next one shot, provided you get the ZRD1. Don't let us go through another round of review just for the easement, because I'm not going to, should we reopen it, I'm not going to close it until we have the easement.
Understood, and I wouldn't ask you.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from the commissioners for Ms. Altman? Let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2021-64 BZ 205-207 Graves Neck and Road. Brooklyn, this is a special permit for a single-family home enlargement. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499 if you're outside the city limits. You will enter the webinar ID number 810-2435-9694 #. At the next prompt, you will press the # only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. If you're calling on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak on this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the Zoom, on the lower hand of your computer. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
I think it takes about 3 months or something for DOB to review ZRD1. So I'm going to push this out for at least 3 and then at least another month for you to respond to all the other remaining questions. So I'm looking at more like end of April submission.
I know I spoke with you. I'm actually reaching out to the architect right now. I'm texting with him while we're in this minute. Okay, I think he's okay with April. I was just texting with him.
Yeah, I think this would be, if we schedule it, it would be as early as May.
Scheduling for May.
Yeah, I mean, your submission would be by April and then scheduling it for May.
Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up from him.
Okay, but please, again, all I'm saying is that if only you get an agreeable ZRD1 in your favor, then submit all the other documents and respond to every questions that we have raised to date. This way we get to open it, review it, and then sign off on it.
Understood. I believe the only outstanding issues, and I say only, being the list or the threshold issue that we've been discussing, the predominantly built up, and the easement.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's nothing that I'm missing.
Right. And if in your predominantly, and you can do the predominantly built up analysis right now, and should your predominantly built up analysis fail, you then need to submit the FAR analysis and you would need a revised DOB objection.
Understood. We're confident in our analysis of the predominantly built up standard, so that I'm not as concerned with because we are confident in ours.
Okay, based on what I stated.
Correct. And we actually have other documentation on this from the city confirming our interpretation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Do you want a motion to close?
Yes, I want to make a motion to close.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Well, for the next.
Happy holidays after the next case.
Oh yeah, you're there.
One
Yes.
more.
One more, yes. It's a good one.
Item number 45, 2021-42BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. I do.
All right, I think we are all there. Thank you very much for making all the corrections and we have the sign off. So let's, any questions or comments from the commissioners? None. Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2021-42BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn. This is a variance to permit development of a yeshiva. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499, which is a toll-free number. Enter webinar ID number 810-2435-9694 and press the #. At the next prompt, you will press the # only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. And if we're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. And once you're in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
Okay. All right. All right, Alban. We're going to make a motion to close.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you.
Item number 46, 2022, 31 BC, 337 East 64th Street, Manhattan. It should be Jerry Johnson. Not Jerry.
I'm here.
Hi. Do you have anyone with you, Jerry? Oh,
Ew, a few people.
okay.
Eric Knowles,
Eric Knowles,
Siddha Patel, Siddle Patel.
Sital Patel, yeah. Want to everyone join as panelists?
Jerry, blanking on his last name, he's from Langen. And we have our two consultants from PHA, both Eric, you're there?
Eric, you're muted.
Alex, Alec, and Jeff Rubin.
From PHA, right?
Okay, so Jeff Rubin, Eric Knowles, Aaron.
Alec.
Don't see Jeff
Militek.
Rubin. Here's Alec Militek.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I don't see Jeff Rubin. Do you need him?
No,
I think if Alex here, then we should be okay.
Yep.
Okay, so are we, oh, wait for Alex.
I'm here.
Please unmute and put your video on, sir.
Sure.
Great. Is that good, Jerry? Mr. Johnson? Jerry, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if the rep from Langen was going to be able to join at this time, but we have responses from him.
Okay, so everybody raise your hands. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, it's your lead. Please proceed.
I'm gonna thank you for this opportunity to respond to your questions in person. We submitted all of responses to all of the questions that were outstanding, as well as some, as soon as we got them, questions regarding the environmental review. And I'm going to turn it over now to Eric Knowles to more fully respond.
Sure. Thanks, Jerry. So we attended a review session. We heard the comments generally in terms of the plans and kind of clarifying some materiality, which is not a problem. In terms of the facade material for the stair and bulkhead, we can make that note on the plans. It's currently intended to be kind of, as you've seen on the rendering, an insulated metal panel system with glass. In terms of the wall abutting the outdoor dining area, which I believe is the retaining wall that we were discussing, that's going to be a concrete wall ranging in about 9 to 11 feet. And we can note that on the proposed plans as well. In terms of the terrace, we'll add dimensions about the width and depth of planters. That shouldn't be an issue. And I just wanted to clarify one thing on the noise attenuation on the roof terrace. So when you look to the west, the residential building, the windows are actually facing the street. They're not facing the terrace. So, you know, notwithstanding the ambient sound from the street and kind of how it's going to be monitored by, you know, faculty staff, you know, there's no windows facing directly that area. So the sound's going to be kind of projecting out, not necessarily around the wall to those windows. So we really don't think it's going to be an issue. And that's essentially it that we heard in terms of the variance application. Seeker, I can touch on briefly. We got comments from DEP on to produce a RAP and CHASP. Langen's doing that currently, and we should be ready to submit that by like December 23rd, right before the holidays. Same with the air quality and noise comments that we got yesterday evening. Philip Habib's office should be able to turn that around about the same time on the 23rd. And in terms of DOT, this is about the second or third round of back and forth. So we are responding to their comments. We provided that on, it looks like November 1st. So we think we're just waiting on sign off for them on those comments. But we think we can do everything before the holidays in terms of responding.
Okay. And then we need agencies to sign off on it. And that's where the little bit of the holdup is. Okay.
And for the school, you know, anything that can be done on the board's behalf to expedite would be appreciated. They're still, in terms of scheduling, they're hoping to get in by September 2024. And obviously there's a lot of work to be done in order to meet that date. So, you know, anything that can be done in order to close and get a vote would be appreciated.
Sure. We understand that, and we do try to prioritize with our sister agencies. And Ms. Penke is very much aware of it, and we will do our best. I want to thank you for submitting the submission, especially the neighborhood character and all the waiver diagrams. Those were very clear and very thorough. So it was very helpful to go through the existing as of right and proposed and where the additional waiver would be required. That was very clear. So I want to thank you. Any other questions? Any other statements from the applicant's team, Mr. Johnson?
No, thank you.
Okay. And the commissioners are shaking their heads side to side. They don't have any questions for you. Then let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2022-31BZ. This is a permit the conversion and enlargement of an existing building. This is the Browning School. Should anyone wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. Or if you're out of city limits, the toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 810-2435-9694. #. At the next prompt, you will press the # only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
Okay. Ms. Penke, is there anything that you want to add to this?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Do you, yeah. Okay. All right. I don't want to promise you a date, but we will do our best to see if we can get this to a February.
Thank you.
Anything you can do would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the earliest we can do is a close in February, and we'll try to vote it out as quickly as possible. But I think closing should be good enough for you to start, right?
Well, sure. I mean, they're planning on
it. In some cases, closing helps to move certain equations, certain things to move along. That's why I was asking that question.
Right.
Okay. All right. We will do our best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays and a very happy new year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys. New cases, item number 47, 2020-51BZ, 2020-52A, 2020-53BZ, and 2020-54A, 95 and 105 Ridgeway Avenue, Staten Island.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. Also,
Dale, oh, I'm sorry, you have anyone with you?
I was going to say there may be a few people, Jessica Corris, Frank Sedio. I'm not sure if Ian Rasmussen's here or is he's just observing. The whole development team is aware of the review session. I'm not sure who's here, but I may be the only one who needs to speak, but if we could swear everybody in just in
No,
case.
Frank is here, Jessica's, Ms. Corris is here, Mr. Sedio. Who else?
Correct. I don't know if Ian was going to appear or not. If he does, he may not need to speak, but
okay.
We can add him as
Mr.
needed.
Panarella is part of your team?
No.
Oh, so he might be a member of the public. Okay, please unmute only the team, the applicant and the team at this point, right now. Members of the public, you'll have to wait till you're recognized. Okay, are we ready?
Sure. Do you need to swear us in because there is a variance component to this?
No, yeah, I am, but I just want to write some, okay. Do you raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Okay. Please begin, Mr. Dale.
So good afternoon. We did listen to the review session and heard the board's comments. I thought they were very clear and set forth a clear set of items for us to address both briefly today in hearing and in submission. I'll speak to a few of them now, and then for those where it's warranted, we'll follow up in a written submission later. First, to a comment, Vice Chair, that you raised regarding 7221 and the need for relief for the variance. Just want to confirm that the board is aware that we actually, in discussion with board staff and board counsel, went to the Department of Buildings and filed a ZRD1 to determine whether or not that objection would be required. So during the pendency of this application, before it was scheduled for a hearing, we did file the ZRD1 seeking to remove the need for that objection, but DOP upheld it as a use objection. So I just wanted to confirm for you, Vice Chair, based on your comment, that we think you raised a very good question, and we did try and address it, and it was maintained. So that's why we're here for both the general city law applications and the variance applications. The first item I addressed was with regard to uniqueness. We will provide an additional study and information on the lots that are located in this manufacturing zoning district. As noted in the statement, there are really only 3 lots, one of them is city owned, but we'll provide additional details to supplement the uniqueness study. I also wanted to, I don't know if I'm allowed to share the screen, if I've got that power, just to show something to the board quickly.
Yep, you're allowed to.
I want to show this to the board quickly, if you can see that. This is an excerpt of a street map, and we'll submit this in writing also. But to provide a little bit more support for uniqueness study, our site is right here where my mouse cursor is. And I just wanted to point out that, you know, this might also explain historically how this lot ended up the way that it is currently situated with a split zoning lot. It actually has no frontage on any map street except for this Victory Boulevard extension here, which was proposed as a map street back in 1960, but it's never been constructed and never will be constructed because it runs through the parkland and freshwater wetlands, and it's actually partially underwater. but that might give a little bit of history as to how this lot ended up the way it is, with the split district, because I think that theoretically, if this had been built, we would have had frontage on a map street here to the east of the site. So I just wanted to show that to the board a little bit to sort of supplement the unique finding, the really sort of unusual situation that this particular lot's located in. But we'll provide expanded maps showing the Victory Boulevard extension. And also, the other streets, the record streets and the CCO streets provide a clear set of the status of all of the various pathways to the site. Another, and one of the more significant questions that was raised by the board was regarding the as of right scenario. We will review that as of right scenario and seek to provide a larger as of right community facility building for comparison that will also lead into the financial analysis. I just wanted to reference some comments that were raised with respect to this community facility and reaching a 1.0 FAR. I just want to let the board know that we'll seek to expand and show the largest possible community facility building that's there. However, I just want to let you know, likely won't achieve a 1.0 FAR, even if that's what's allowed in the zoning district. And the reason is that currently the zoning analysis that was provided for the conforming development shows a 0.1 FAR, 0.1 FAR. And part of the reason for that is that there's a need to provide required accessory parking. And the larger we get with the building, it limits what we can show on the lot. So I just want to explain to the board that we may not be able to get to the 1.0 just because of pure physical limitations on the site. That said, in any scenario that we present with an alternate as of right or updated scenario, if we don't reach the full 1.0 FAR, we will be very clear in our explanation as to why we couldn't reach that FAR. And this also, sorry, please go ahead.
Can I just, while you're on that subject, and I'm sure Commissioner Otley-Brown may want to add to that. Way I see that is, yes, we understand the more you increase the building footprint, the more parking requirement there would be. Right. But that goes to the argument that if you were to build a very as of right, try to maximize. Yes, it may not come to 1, it may be 0.75 or 0.8 FAR, whatever it is, it will add more parking. But what is that parking that you can locate, let's say on the entirety of the site with the building raised?
Understood. So yeah, I mean.
And try to use all of the floor area, all of the site where you can build based on the DEC regulations and based on all the front yard, rear yard, side yard requirements. What is the footprint on which you can build upon? And then what does that give you the floor area to be? And then how much of that can you accommodate on the ground floor? Because the providing parking on the ground floor doesn't require much of, I don't know if it requires DEC reviews or not, because it seems what you're providing on the proposed seems to not want all the DEC sign out, especially with the freshwater area and things like that. So I'm assuming it would be very similar. So you almost can build parking lot on the entirety of the site and put the building on stilts above it.
Right. No, understood. And we'll explore the second story in the stilts. But I also want to add one more thing, and I think it relates on some of the discussion that was happening and some of the confusion that was there. And this goes to the septic requirements for the site, and it was touched on in the statement in the resolution, or excuse me, the statement in the feasibility analysis. The particular site, because of its location and the septic requirements, we cannot provide, what's required is it's required a tank storage, and we received this information. We'll clarify this in our written submission, because we're not going to be able to fully answer it here, but the board will do it. That because of the site conditions in the shallow shell, it prohibits installation of the septic system. It requires use of a tank system. And because of that tank system, there's a limit on how large the community facility can be, because DEP will limit the size of the tank and the tank requirement with respect to the community facility building. So the short of it is that it's not just the parking that affects how large this community facility is, but the specific tank requirements based on this site limit how large the building can be. So
my question to that is, I see Commissioner Shetta's hand, but let me ask this question. So you're saying DEC will have a tank storage requirement that more onerous if it's a community facility building as opposed to if it were a self-storage facility. Why is that? Is it because, because if let's say if I'm just blankly, if let's say you use the same footprint as the proposed building for a community facility, why would that require more storage, a tank storage requirement on site than the proposed storage building?
Sure. The simplest answer is this, is that if we were talking about stormwater or drainage, that would be based on like the size of the building, whereas the septic is based on the people that would be in the building. And a self-storage facility would have fewer individuals and users on a daily basis, whereas a community facility, a community facility building has more people and has greater septic needs. So when you increase the number of people and increase the septic needs, you need a larger tank. And if there's limitations from DEP and or DEC as to the maximum size of a tank you can have for the holding system, you run into that being a limiting factor, in addition to any effect that you might have with respect to parking or just bulk requirements. So that's the simplest I can speak to right now at hearing. But I would say is I think the board would be better served that as we explore this alternate as of right scenario, which the board suggested, which I think is an excellent idea, and we will do that. If there are limitations, either from parking or the tank system, we will make it very clear in the submission so the board understands that we're not self-limiting here, that there's reasons for the limitation and why we may not reach that full 1.0 FAR and it stops at whatever the particular size is. So I don't know if that answered your question briefly right now, but that's the general.
I'm going to take this one more question on this one because I know Shetta wants to ask a question on this subject matter. You should also then provide the clear regulations or statements or something from DEC that says you cannot, to back up your argument.
100%.
Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. When I looked at the submission, actually, I did understand that we're talking about limitations when it comes to drainage. I didn't get the impression that we're differentiating between the two components of the off-site drainage, which is the first component is the sanitary drainage, and the second component is the storm. So when I looked at the combined out-of-site flow, I said to myself, if you look at the community facility versus the proposed self-storage, actually the self-storage would tend to give more out-of-site flow to whatever drainage system is going to be used than actually the proposed as of right community facility, which contradicts the argument that relates to the thickness of the draining layer and the shallowness of the shelf. What I would suggest, if you want to go that route, you will need to give us the regulations, and you would need to have probably a site civil engineer to quantify the difference between the self-storage case and the community facility case, and show us that with the community facility, the sanitary drainage would be much more than the self-storage, and this cannot be accommodated in a septic tank that could be constructed on this site because of the existing thickness of the draining layer. Irrelevant, and this is big irrelevant to whatever is happening around the site. What I got from your submission is you're talking about uniqueness at your site with respect to subsurface conditions, which is presented by the shallow granite shelf as opposed to surrounding sites. It sounds like from what you just mentioned, this is not the case. What you're talking about is I did borings at my site. I see that the rock is shallow. There are certain requirements for the draining layer, which could be sand, it could be silty sand, it could be whatever, not granite, of course. And because of the shallowness of this, or because of the low thickness, the small thickness of this water draining material, there is a limit on the septic tank that could be accommodated. If you phrase it that way, I would be more than happy to look at it. If it flies, I will bless.
Understood. We'll provide that information. I just want to interject into what I was speaking here. Mr. Sedio, who's here with the team, he does have to leave and he just wanted to make a quick statement. So I'm just going to take a break for a second, let Mr. Sedio speak, and then we'll get back to discussing the as of right scenario. So please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to say, Frank Sedio, I've been a member of a community board now for over 40 years in Brooklyn. I've been the chairman, I've been the district manager of that community board. Have a great thing. I'm kind of disappointed in reviewing the community board recommendation to see that they had denied this matter. And I do want to explain that one of the other parts of this is very important, is that the homeowners association, for the 48 homes that were built prior to the request to build this facility, all had in their prospectus and the purchase agreement the understanding that this project would be built, and had signed approvals to do so as part of their purchase of the properties that they own. And had this been built sooner, it might have been a easier thing to do. But you're here today with a unique circumstance, and I cannot imagine that the board would look at it in any other way. That's why you're there. It's, by the way, I used to be very involved in doing Board of Standards and Appeals matters, and it's nice to see that you're still functioning well, with common sense and good judgment. And I do appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this.
Thank you, Mr. Sedio.
Yes, thank you.
Before you, I just want to add a small thing to what I said. Across the street from the subject site, your applicant, the applicant or your client built some residential dwellings across the street. You will need also to look at the subsurface there and compare them to the subsurface at your location, and show us why it did fly there and it's not flying at your location. So you cover all the holes in the submission.
Understood, we've heard. So we will.
Thank you.
We'll listen to the review session again. I'll make sure that the engineering team has it. We get you the explanation, but we'll provide a difference between the conditions in the residential and the manufacturing portion. We'll provide a difference between the requirements for the community facility and the self-storage, and we'll provide clarification as to what those conditions are and why they require the tank system. And then going back to Vice Chair, what you said, we'll provide some code support or agency letter requirements stating why we can't exceed a certain level for the tank. So we'll get all that information, and trust us that any as of right scenario we present will have really clear reasonings as to why it is designed the way it is with respect to septic or parking or any other factors. So
do you know on top of your head whether it's a limitation on the depth of the tank or the spread of the tank? In other words, is it like how far horizontally it extends, or is it how deep it goes?
So
do you know?
Extension or depth of the tank? I don't know. I'll defer that to the engineer. We can get that response to you. Right?
Sure.
Great. Okay. So that's clear. So it's a logical jump to go from the as of right to the financial analysis. And we heard all the comments, especially Commissioner Otley Brown. Any revisions that are required based on a change in or a revision of the as of right scenario will definitely be included. We also heard your comments regarding the soft costs and the seller. Ms. Corus, listen to the review session. She's listening now. We'll update the financial analysis accordingly.
Yes, and I just wanted to jump in real quickly, Todd, if that's okay.
Sure.
Hi, it's Jessica Corus here on behalf of the applicant. As Todd mentioned, we were in attendance at the review session, and we'll be taking into account all the comments that we heard. that will have an impact on the financial analysis. There was just one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention. Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned the exclusion of the permits and fees, which I 100% agree with. As our relationship with Marshall and Swift has evolved, my understanding of it has grown greater. So I completely agree. It's not reasonable to double count those permits and fees. With one small exception, I wanted to point out, I wasn't able to use Marshall and Swift to estimate some of the costs on the site. Sanitary, the doorbell's ringing. Problems of Zoom hearing, someone's at the door. There's the sanitary, the septic tank, and site improvements that were still costs provided by the cost estimator. The remainder of the costs were substituted with the Marshall and Swift costs, but those site prep costs that Marshall and Swift has a harder time estimating with the calculator method would still need some sort of permitting and supervision, architectural fees associated with them that Marshall and Swift isn't picking up. So this is separate that what you mentioned, that don't double count. I agree. But now I feel like as I move forward, I don't want you to be surprised that I'm accounting for soft costs on the cost estimator's costs.
No, I have to say, right now, your costs are reasonable.
Okay.
Okay.
And so I don't want to say to you, don't reflect the costs as accurately as possible, because your costs are reasonable.
Okay.
But I would say that's not always the case, that your costs are reasonable. And so understand that the underlying reason why we push for Marshall and Swift to account for as much of the construction costs as possible is to try and get an outside validator of your assumptions. And just bear that in mind, that as far away as you may get from what the board seems is acceptable, the more likely we're going to need that outside validation of your assumptions about cost. And I'm not saying that as far as this case goes, because as I said, your costs seem to be reasonable, but just carry that with you wherever you go. That's what's behind the whole push for us to have applicants ground their costs in Marshall and Swift. That's all.
Fair, totally fair. And we want to remain reasonable. And yeah, I just didn't want to feel like I was pivoting left when you thought I was going right.
So I just want from the record, does the applicant need to, there won't be any double counting with regards to construction, but with regards to all the sanitary and storm, whatever is there stays?
So
what was your question?
So I think the question Ms. Kurz was asking was that if there has been any double counting of soft costs related to construction will be eliminated or has been addressed. Only thing, the soft costs where there might appear to be a double dipping is related to all the sanitary systems and the permitting process. No?
Well, but that's not double dipping. And so all that being said, when you address all of your comments and you redo the financials, wherever you're straying from Marshall and Swift, just cite it and explain the reasons why, and then cite back to today's hearing. And then that'll give Commissioner Shetta and I an idea of the direction you're going.
My understanding is that no costs related to the construction of the septic system or the sanitary components are in the financials. Did I get it right?
No,
for now, I'm talking about the current submission.
I think you have a few line item additions in it that have to do with the site, the things you have to build out into the site that aren't already included, like the sanitary, I believe, and I'd have to look to get the exact, but you have 4 additional line items.
They're the same in both as of right. And
Right,
proposed.
yeah.
So I
That
don't think there's
account-
any
that-
financial hardship being claimed here, just a
There was a
limiting size.
Right, but those four are the additions that we're talking about.
Right, exactly. We're
That
just trying to
aren't
give a proper
accounted for.
accounting.
So in answer to Commissioner Shetta, yes, they're including add-ons, that they're adding on actual costs rather than calculated costs.
Okay.
I would say in any case, it's very clear what's up with the financial analysis and the requests were made, and we have a clear path forward to get the revision in for the board. The next item is with respect to building design. There were comments raised. We will work with the project architect to set back that building from the street, which will allow for more screening and landscaping. So we'll provide additional detail with respect to that to ensure, I mean, we did provide photos showing that there is a fence and there's already some street trees, but we'll make it clear that there will be more than enough screening between this proposed use and the existing residential homes. We'll get clarification with respect to the curb cuts into the site. And to that end, what we'll seek to provide is a circulation plan, a supplemental plan that just focuses on the curb cuts and the circulation, might make it simpler for review of the site in conjunction with the site plan that would be approved. So those are the plan items that we intend to submit. Related to that, also, we have some additional information that we'll provide because I apologize, I forget who raised it, but someone had a question about traffic and the potential differences between the as of right scenario described and the proposed self-storage warehouses. We'll provide some additional traffic information separate from anything that was included in the ES, just to show affirmatively for the board that the proposed use is a much less intensive use with respect to traffic and would actually create less passage through these existing streets. So
Mr. Dale, I had raised that question, and that goes to the neighborhood character. So
Yes.
you do not just rely on the EAS, you do need to provide a much more robust narrative in findings related to neighborhood character.
Yes, I actually have it here. Traffic studies related to C finding on my notes. So
yeah, I have a question on the proposed plan. You have this driveway for the entire length, about 30-foot driveway along the entire length of the rear. What is the reason for that?
So you mean the loop of the 30?
Yeah.
Hang on, just so I can, so the fact that it's 30 feet at the curb cut and then 30 feet through the entire site.
Yeah.
I'll confirm with the architect, but as I recall, my understanding is what that does is two things. One, it allows vehicles to enter and exit and provides the 30-foot width, but it also then would provide fire department access for fire safety and vehicles to come in, but I'll get clarification regarding that 30, but I think that that's the primary reason, is that it allows two-lane traffic. And I think that we'd be able to clarify that on the circulation plan as well.
Okay. I don't, you have the truck drop off and pick up. I mean, what is the parking lot for? Isn't that where the trucks are going to be located? And from there, you're going to move all the stuff into the building?
So the parking is required because the self-storage warehouse has a parking requirement. I forget, let me double check the zoning. I think it's only like 7 spaces or 8 spaces. Those parking spaces would be for passenger cars. This is a self-storage facility, so it's not really a truck site coming in. There's no loading berths that are associated with it, or loading berths are required. It's really designed for individuals and individual storage units. And those parking spaces are for individual passenger vehicles that would come in. So it's not really a truck loading or unloading. It's just the fact that we have parking spaces for passenger vehicles and patrons of the site.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still not clear as to the need for 30-foot wide. And why does it have to be along the rear? Can it be in the front?
So
Tip the building.
sorry, I was double checking that. So the zoning requirement for these proposed warehouses would be 6 accessory parking spaces and 7 are proposed. So those are the 7 that are proposed.
Yeah,
So-
no, my question is with regards to that 30-foot wide driveway. Why does it need to be in the back? Can it be in the front? Can you flip the building?
So you would suggest putting the driveway closer to Ridgeway Avenue and moving the building to the rear? To be honest, I can speak to the architects and the design and see if there's a reasoning behind it. I wouldn't want to just.
I mean, that would push the building further away from the residential, and you can provide much more deeper buffer of greens on your property.
Okay, I will make a note of it and we'll clarify.
My recommendation is to provide a very deep, dense buffering along the lot line anyway, regardless of whether your building sits there or moves away. It's just that if it moves away, the bulk of it looks less.
No, understood. As I said earlier, the primary reason I believe the 30 feet is required is for fire code and fire department access. So we may be required to provide that 30. I'll get clarification. If it is, we'll provide proper code citation for that. As you said, regardless of where these buildings are located, we'll make sure that there's more than enough landscaping and screening to provide a buffer for the residential homes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then the last item I had on my list, but then I'm happy to answer any other questions, are there was questions about the EAS. I believe, as Ms. Benke noted, the EAS was submitted last week, and we'll respond to any comments that are forthcoming appropriately when they're issued by DEP. And I believe that the DEC permit is included in that EAS, but we'll make sure that the board has the current up-to-date DEC information.
Just wanted to note that the traffic analysis is based on a Manhattan location. And I also see that the note was that it was also involved in the citywide text amendment. So I'd like to further understand that in terms of the trips generated.
Okay, I'll make a note of that and we'll make sure to address it.
Yeah, I had, as I was reviewing it, I was surprised that you picked the Manhattan site for the trip gen.
It does say all the cars. I mean, all the trips will be utilizing vehicles, but it is more information would be helpful.
Okay, understood. We'll take that note and we'll pass it on to the environmental consultant.
Vice Chair of Fire Department has got their hand up.
Oh, yeah.
Can I take his testimony now?
Yes, Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You were commenting about the 30-foot driveway that's shown on the current plan. I mean, the fire department, we like this idea. If you were to flip it, having the building towards the wetland and this driveway toward the front along Ridgeway Avenue, we would have trouble getting onto that driveway, turning into that driveway. And when we do finish what we are doing, there's no way for us to get out. The current layout provides us site entry, go along the building, and then after we finish our operation, to exit out of that lot, I mean, to continue down and turn around and then come out, it's a lot easier for our truck maneuverability.
So basically you're saying you need to be able to access all 4 sides of the building, and by flipping it, you will be able to access only 3 sides?
That is correct, Madam Chair. Yes.
So you couldn't go to the freshwater wetland area and access the building from there?
Oh, no, because, well.
Even though it's city on site and parkland and all that?
And the fire apparatus is over 36,000 pounds. It would sink into that land.
Okay.
I've been to Staten Island recently. I sank myself, and I'm not 36,000 pounds. Okay. So, but yeah, that would happen. But we would need access to all 4 sides of the building. This layout is convenient for us to get in and to exit from the site as well.
You did start the statement by saying you like the idea. While this is an ideal solution, what will be a solution that is somewhat more, that may not be ideal, but less than ideal, but what would be that less than ideal be? Because I mean, if that is not possible, if we can't flip the building, I would like the building to be pushed back so that we can have enough of a buffer zone, of a dense planted buffer zone along the Ridgeway Avenue lot line.
Yeah, I
that would reduce the width from 30 foot.
Right, and
unless you reduce the footprint of the building.
The footprint of the building would have to be reduced because they would need to design a driveway that would have the turning apparatus, that would have a turning radius for a fire apparatus. I know.
This seems like a loop. You have a loop. You can enter from one side of the street and then kind of go around and come. I think there is a curb cut. If not, that should be an easy one to provide. Provide a curb cut that exits onto the other side of Ridgeway Avenue, and you have a continuous loop. So you won't need a turnaround.
No, but like on the plan,
on the plan there is an entry. There is an entrance on the left-hand side, on the western side, and then if you take the loop around the building, there is parking lot on the eastern side, and there is a curb cut, but it's just not shown very clearly, and that could be the exit, and that way you have a continuous loop. You don't need a turnaround within the site.
I don't follow that one.
Yeah, next to lot 147,
Yes.
You see I think there is a curb cut or a curb cut can be provided, all I'm saying.
Right, yes. Yeah, it says 30-foot dimension.
Yeah. So if that kind of a loop is provided, wouldn't that be adequate? And then the width of the road can be reduced, so then the building can shift back to allow for a 5-foot dense buffer. Anyway, this is just a suggestion. I don't want us to do this on the fly, but this is what I'm looking at. So Mr. Dale, please work with fire department to see if that's a viable solution.
We appreciate Chief Dale's comments, and we'll review all of this information with respect to providing the screening, because in the end, we realize that the impetus behind this is providing the sufficient screening. We'll do that. Just the last thing that I just wanted to point out to you, Vice Chair, is that, we have full intent providable screening, but just to confirm, Ridgeway at that point has a very significant width, and it faces the rear of those buildings. So there's already, just because of Ridgeway in and of itself, a good deal of screening. I'll just share my screen really quickly just to clarify. This is the Google Street View currently. You can see where this is our site where we're proposing. So there's already Ridgeway here. I think the paved width is already 34 feet. It's 38 feet with the sidewalks. And this is the rear yards of all those buildings. And these buildings all have fences right here. So, screening here is going to be supplemented by this significantly wide road and the rear yards of these buildings. So, I just want to assure you that regardless of any screening that's provided, there's already an inherent buffer because of the geography and the width of Ridgeway Avenue and the rear yard of those homes. So maybe that provides a little bit more reassurance as we seek to provide landscaping and screening for this project.
Right. I understand. Right now, from the rear yard, from their dining room, from their kitchen, they have the view of the open space. So I think this is going to be a 2-story building. So and also, oftentimes vandalism is happening on blank walls that are very easily accessible. So if you're putting the building right next to the property line, chances of vandalism is much higher. So if you provide a distance buffer, that takes away a huge amount of that possibility and makes it look.
Nope.
And if you provide a vertical wall with greenery, go faster.
That's great. We will endeavor to make it as much of a jungle as possible. We've heard the comments.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think that at least in my reading, those were the primary concerns that were raised by the board. If there's anything else, I'm happy to answer. I would just, make a final comment and say we really appreciate the comments and the review by the board. This has been a long pending project. There really has been a lot of thought behind it to try and develop this in the best way that meets the needs of the property owner, but also meets the, is respectful of the community. And, there's a lot of thought behind the design, and we appreciate the board recognizing that, and we appreciate the questions that have been raised. So we have a clear list of items, and I believe we'll be able to respond and address to all these questions.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Yoon.
I think that also with that driveway being in the back and tucked behind maybe very dense screening, it could become a unactive zone, and it could be anyway quite secluded from any eyes. And so perhaps in your statement of facts, you could provide or address the community's concerns about security, and also just by way of hours of operation or gate closures, anything else that could address their concerns as they've been brought to us.
Understood. Thank you for that reminder, and we can address that in our forthcoming submission.
Thank you.
Those are good comments. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. If there are no more questions, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing, we have two hands up already. Case we are currently discussing is 2020 51 52A, sorry, 51BZ 52A and 2020 53BZ and 54A, 95105 Ridgeway Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. You will enter the webinar ID number 810-2435-9694. Press the pound sign. Once you are and the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. And if you are already in the Zoom room and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the Zoom hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. I see 2 people, or actually 3, but 2 people have the same name. Michael Giannetti. Do you want to bring that screen up, let them in, and Mr. Louis Panarello. Okay, can you unmute, please?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You want to turn off your YouTube if you have it on?
Oh, I don't.
Okay.
For some reason, it's doubling.
Oh. I don't know what the problem is. You want to try it again, Mr. Giannetti?
Am I good now?
Yes. Okay. If you're able to open your screen, that's fine. If not, that's fine. Go ahead.
All right. Well, let me go through it right now. My name is Michael Giannetti.
Hold on, Mr. Giannetti. There's still
Starting again.
Can we all mute ourselves? I don't know if that will help.
It could be that they're, I'm sorry, sir, are you in a room with someone else that's also watching this or participating?
For some reason, my phone is picking it up too, but I shut it off.
It actually sounds okay right now. You want to give it a try?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Well, again, my name is Michael Giannetti. I'm a resident, homeowner, and the president of the HOA, which is located in Ridgeway of Travis of Staten Island. I'm representing 48 of the, hello? Can you guys hear me or no?
No, can you
So I
turn off
see-
your YouTube, Mr. Giannetti?
For some reason, I don't have my on the YouTube. That's the
All right,
problem, man.
that's what you, Steve, no, Steve just was asking you. Go ahead, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sir, so if you have it on the phone and you're on the computer at the same time, they're
It's off the
counteracting
computer.
each
That's what
other.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. So if you could shut the microphone off of
Can
one,
you,
the
but can you
speaker.
guys hear me or no?
Yes,
Now you can, yes.
go
You
ahead.
have a bit of an echo, which
Oh,
All right, well, let's
I
go.
apologize. Are we ready to go forward still? Or
Yes,
no?
sir, go ahead.
All right, I apologize for everything. So here, again, my name is Michael Genetti. I'm a resident. I'm the president of the HOA of Ridgeway Avenue. It's the Meadowview Estates. I just wanted to, I had a lot written down that I was going to go through, but after hearing the review and some other statements that were made today, first of all, they stated that the homeowners, which I'm the original homeowner, 17 years, we were never notified that this was going to be a building of storage facilities. I would have never done that, and I don't think any of my homeowners would have. Second of all, I'm a retired New York City detective, and I'm also a security consultant. And it is my experience, all of these storage facilities do bring an eyesore, and on top of that, crime. I don't care what anyone else says, it does bring crime. You have to see that it does. This is a private community. If you allow this to go forward, you're going to displace not just these 48 homeowners that reside in this private community that wanted to be private and raise their children here. And these are blue-collar families. If you do so, we will leave. And then what are you going to have? Nothing here. You're just going to keep pushing us away. This is sad that you would even do this. I am so upset that I am still here because this BSA has canceled these applications numerous times before. And again, we're here. And all we keep hearing is that 17 years ago, we should have did this. Then why wasn't it done 17 years ago? And why was it denied for the last 10 and a half years? There's a reason. This is a private community. We pay for our own snow plowing. We pay for our own electric for the streeting, our own, landscaping. We pay for all of this. When this individual, this applicant applied to have the DEC to give them a permit to go do the soil testing, they took down our tree. We complained to the DEB and the DEC. They stated, oh, we never saw that happen. I personally saw it with 3 other homeowners. Nothing was done. They're just kicking us away. Please, we're asking you to hear us. Stop this, hear us. And what about as of the right? How about as of whose right? Ours. Forget these buildings. What about the migrants that are here that were displaced recently after this pandemic that were put here 3 blocks away from here? No one cares about housing for them, but we're worried about that. Why couldn't they just come out, the applicant, and say, hey, we're going to put garages for all homeowners? They said that they looked into every idea that they can put something else. What about garages for the 48 homeowners? We don't have garages. We have parking in front of our homes, in front of our house. You will bring so much displacement here where you already displaced so many wildlife. Don't do this to us, and don't do this to the wildlife, please.
Thank you, Mr. Genetti.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parinella?
Panarella.
Panarella, I stand corrected, sir.
That's okay. That's okay. There's a lot of vowels there. Often people don't get it right. May I speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I am Louis Panarella. I reside at 115 Ridgeway Avenue. I'm kind of perpendicular to the project, and my front door will be facing it. I've lived here since 2008. I don't know, you know what? The day I signed the closing on this place, there were hundreds of documents. You're going to tell me that there was something inserted there in the small print that made a reference to a storage facility? There may have been. I don't know. I have no recollection of that. But be that as it may, a couple of the issues I wanted to bring up, and I don't think these diagrams and photographs you have really get it across, that we are very much below grade here. we are very low. I mean, we have issues now with stormwater runoff. I mean, there's a clear and present danger with climate change. Last year with the remnants of a hurricane, we got flooded out here. This facility will be flooded out. It's not a matter of if, it's when. Guarantee that place gets built there, it will be flooded out. Somebody on the board earlier, I'm speaking quickly, forgive me, I know I have 3 minutes, suggested that a storage facility is a rather benign use of this property. That's really not the case. If you go a mile from here and you look at storage facilities, there are everyday lined up commercial vehicles, small mom and pop home repair, home service operations that operate out of their home use these facilities for storage. They're going to be in there 5, 6 in the morning. According to the APA, factories and these private storage facilities are #1 for hazardous material. I know they've abandoned tires in them, toxic waste. These places are going to get flooded out. There's going to be fires. And the thing that I don't think you guys are appreciating is how close this is. I understand it's 38 feet there. These streets are small. We repair our own streets. The city doesn't pave them. We don't have sewage. We don't have snow removal by the city. We provide this all ourselves. Presently, there are kids outside all the time. We're going to have commercial vehicles going in here. It's going to be a tragedy. I expect the board to protect 48 working families and not the avaricious developments of a land developer. That guy made his money when he sold us these houses. This was a remnant piece of property that was left over from this larger development that he couldn't develop. You know, I expect the current administration to have, this is a diverse working class community here. We need protection by the government. That's who we're looking for. We can't stand against Rothberg, Inspector. These people are experts. I don't speak the language of zoning. Forgive me if I'm impassioned here, but I'm looking for city government to protect me. That's the only thing that stands between me and the big corporations is our elected officials and their appointees. Once again, the issues are runoff. There's going to be flooding here and toxic waste.
Thank you,
That's all
Mr.
I have to say.
Panorama. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wishes to speak on 195 and 105 Ridgeway Avenue, Staten Island? This is a variance to development of a self-storage warehouse. Anyone else? Okay. Vice Chair?
I just, first of all, I want to appreciate, I really appreciate the residents calling in and expressing their concern. I think what is before us, how we review it and what specifically board's purview is to review it based on facts and findings. And based on case laws and precedents. So if they meet the findings and we are very clearly directing them to follow the guidelines that is provided, and the burden is on the applicant to prove that. And we want to make sure that it is based on what the requirements are and what the case precedents are. So I appreciate the questions that were raised. I am, first of all, a little surprised to hear that even though that's not before us, I'm just a little surprised to hear that many of the homes or all the homes don't have on-site parking, but because that should have been a requirement of the parking regulations that was in place. So all of the homes are required to have on-site parking, at least I think it's one for every dwelling unit. So I'm actually surprised that that is there. But that's not a back and forth. That's just a commentary on the side. And this portion of the R32 is not before us for deliberation. I think the proposed use, as we understand many of these self-storage facilities, is really for individuals. Mr. Joe Schmo, Mr. Joe Smith, Ms. Shampachanda, to take its own U-Haul and go and put my unused, unnecessary, or not needed stuff or antique materials that my forefathers gave me to put in the storage. That's really what my understanding of this of these self-storage is. It's really not a place where Moshe's storage facility is going to come and store larger. These are not looking at 18-wheelers coming. These are small box trucks and vans that are mostly making these movements. And this is something the applicant should clarify. This is my understanding based on what I have seen, and but this is for the applicant to clarify. And that's why the traffic analysis, neighborhood character analysis in these things need to be beefed up and clarified to justify how this is going to be limited to very small, minor daily trips. Daily trips are going to be only not going to be like hundreds and thousands of vehicles coming. It would be, whatever it would, and I think the analysis has been provided based on, I'm just looking at it. I think somewhere that analysis was provided on the EAS. It seems the busiest hour on a weekday would result in 22 vehicles coming and going, and on weekends, total of 33 vehicles coming and going. And we are asking for the applicant to further clarify and make the argument. But and also the applicant should clarify what kind of vehicles those are going to be, and the nature and how long do they stay, and the hours of operations. All of these speak to the neighborhood character, and that is the critical finding in this particular case. And the applicant needs to strengthen that argument as to how the proposed use will not impact the residential character of the neighborhood that is abutting this private roadway, which is in a residential district.
Mr. Panarella, you can submit additional comments in writing to submit at bsa.nyc.gov.
Yes, and
Can't
Mr.
speak again once you've spoken, sorry.
Right. And I encourage both of you to provide a letter. Mr. Janetti, you had said you had a lot more to say, but due to the limitation of time, you limited your statement. So please do submit your letter. We do read every letter that is submitted by the public. So I encourage you to do that.
Commissioner Yu?
Yeah, one comment I just wanted to add, maybe for the benefit of the community members, is that what's being proposed, at least based on the very schematic plans, are buildings with single points of entry that would be pedestrian entries and not drive up, roll up gate storage facilities. So that is a distinction that, at least based on what I'm reading from the plans, and I think that it's clear to the applicant, they need to make that circulation very clear, that it's not a drive up where trucks are allowed to come and pull up and load directly into their spaces. You're gonna have to navigate pedestrian elevators, and it's all gonna be based on what you can roll on a cart. So that hopefully mitigates some of the fears of more commercial storage on the site. Also, just to say, there is on-site parking. It seems like every tax lot has a curb cut and a driveway, but no covered parking.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners for Mr. Dale and his team? Okay, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Dale, can you clarify about the flood issue? I did look at the FEMA map submitted, and it sounds like the proposed building is partially located in a flood zone. Can you just have your site civil engineer give us which portion of the building is in, which portion is out?
Sorry, I was muted. I will add flood review to our list of items.
Thank you.
Okay. Time frame, Mr. Dale?
To be honest, I think many of these items we'll be able to respond to quickly. The most significant and involved item will be a review of the as of right scenario, which will then lead to the financial analysis. I honestly believe, in consideration of the holiday, I would suggest, again, we're flexible with the board's calendar, but I think if we had today is the 10th. I think if we had a very late January or February date, we could submit like within 4 to 5 weeks. Perhaps if we had a February hearing date with a corresponding submission date of perhaps a submission date of the third week of January, whatever hearing date it is, because I think that that would give us enough time to respond to these issues with the hope that should the board be satisfied, we would not need anything beyond a second hearing. So that's the end of next month.
Right. We still have environmental review.
That's true also.
Right. So I would
defer to the board. I'm not sure how long initial EASs are taking review, but if that pushes it beyond, that may be the controlling factor.
Okay.
Flexible, that's the word I will use.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And finally, happy holidays, Mr.
Yes,
Daly.
happy holidays and happy new year to everybody.
Yes.
Yeah. Take care.
Okay.
You're rid of me now.
Thank you.
Are we
Item number
still
40.
good? Are we still good, or do you want to go through the case? All right, everybody wants to go through the case.
Item number 48, 2022-15 BZ, 5 Clove Road, Staten Island.
I think this would be Mr. Phil Rampola.
Yes.
Oh, if the public from, yes, I see Mr. Janati is still on. We will notify the applicant of the next public hearing. And I forgot to mention this, project manager, please reach out to Mr. Todd Dell and let him know that whatever the revised submission is, he should submit that to the community also, to the community board.
Sure, will do.
Okay. And Mr. Janati, there will be another round of hearings. So do submit your comments and we will notify you, not we will, you should look through our website and find out when the next hearing is going to be. I'm not sure if there's another way to notify. I think when Todd does it, he will notify the community board. So that way the neighbors would also be notified.
I think the way it works, if I may, is the applicant is required to send a copy of the submission to the board, to the community board. So they do receive a copy. The cover letter usually references the next hearing. So it's not like, an official notification. But.
All right. I would suggest in the since the community is interested, notify the neighbors also.
Okay, so provide a hearing notification for the next hearing.
Yeah.
To the neighbors and community board.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Rampola.
No, that's okay. Philip Rampula for the applicant.
Let me swear you in. Are you the only one?
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Okay, proceed.
I listened to the review session and I'd like to jump right in. Chair, one of the things you said is that we should show the height and setback on the drawings. And on sheet, may I have control?
Yes.
So you can see my screen, correct?
Yes. Can you enlarge it a little bit? Yes. Yes.
Okay, so on BSA 9, we do show the sky exposure plane right here.
Yes.
And we show it.
Yes, that you do. I was asking for more of the
yards?
No, not the yards. I was asking for more of the setback distance of the building from the parapet. Like when the second floor is set back from the street wall, what is that distance? Which I have it for some of it, not for all of it.
Okay, I saw that. But I thought the first thing was the sky exposure plane. We will dimension, put more dimensions on the setback, so it's a little clearer. Matter of fact, that is part of the reason that we developed that drawing, and that was a late submission, because it was very difficult to understand the building with just flat elevation drawings. So I hope the board can appreciate what this does. So that leads me into one of the other comments. This area right here, this was a late addition, but we understand the reason for you wanting us to get rid of it. Our first thought was to possibly have, if there was a call for an ambulance, to have them back in and be right by the door, but it doesn't have to be. We have enough clearance and they can go underneath the building and they can access the elevator lobby and the elevator from inside. So we will be removing this, and we will just put a pedestrian path as suggested, and we'll landscape the rest of it. And I think that will help meet what you're looking for. One of the other comments was to work with the Parks Department about the trees, my favorite agency. You'll notice that we have a grass strip here, and we have a grass strip here, but this is a full-sized, a full-width sidewalk. So by the time I make a submission, a resubmission, we will decide whether we're going to put into the tree fund. We are showing two new trees being planted here. We were hesitant to show any trees planted where there's a full width sidewalk. There is an existing tree here, and then over here it becomes problematic because you need, I think it's 4 feet from a telephone pole, and I think it's 7 feet from a fire hydrant. And from this point on, I don't believe we can, and this is the curb cut right here, I don't believe we can add anything else and just keep that existing tree there. So and this is another telephone pole that you need minimum clearances for. So we'll probably be paying into the tree fund for the remainder of the trees.
Mr. Rampola, while you're on this plan, so you will remove that paved area along Little Clove Road and replace it with a pedestrian pathway. And that would require a lot less of a paved area, and you will add more green. And I think, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, the green should be more of, instead of lawns, should be more of planting, dense planting, taller plants and trees like that.
Right, in an effort to screen the parking underneath and to ground the building, because the building appears tall because it is up on columns to allow the parking underneath. So that also goes to well, let's stay on this, and then I'll get there. So you also wanted a dimension here, I would imagine.
Yes.
And a dimension from the stair over here.
Right.
Okay, that's not a problem. Just so you know, I believe this is the 20-foot mark right here.
Yeah, so graphically, it was a little difficult to read when I was looking at that. I was trying to figure out, is that the building overhang line, or is that the required setback? So if there's a way you can use different line weight to clarify, or put it in the legend that is the required setback distance. So
yes.
I would, that would be helpful also.
That's not a problem. And I'll also, we give the dimension here. Everything else is 15 all the way around. So that we can comply with. You also wanted the western lot line from the 3rd floor setback. So that 3rd floor comes right here. I can give you a couple of different dimensions, whether it's, I give you the dimension from there, or hold on.
I think it's the nearest pinch point.
This one?
Uh,
Or this one?
that one, yes, yes,
So
yes. That's the current-
I'll continue this line straight across.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I was suggesting maybe, since I couldn't figure out what the dimensions were, my suggestion was if that could be set back a little bit, set back from that portion of the building. And if you needed first of all, you need to justify the office space need for that much. If not, if you need it, then try to move that building little bit closer to the little cove.
I understand. So I'm going to go to
If that's possible, provided it meets all the height and setback requirements.
Okay, so you're talking about this wall,
Yeah,
possibly pushing that back.
Yeah.
So we did not drop in the partitions on this floor, even though the number of occupants is a building code exercise. It doesn't mean we're going to have 22 people up there, but there are 3 doctors involved with this practice, so I need 3 offices. There is a medical biller. There is a secretary. There is a separate Medicaid, Medicare biller. I don't know if I can afford to lose anything here. And I'm most likely going to need a bathroom on this floor. And we like to stack our bathrooms one on top of the other. So I have some options as to where to put it. So if you'd like to see a layout, we can do a layout. Or I could just come back to you and say,
I think you can put the layout and can say illustrative purposes.
okay, that's fine. We can do that. And you need these.
Can I just, sorry, in your statement also justify why you need that office space because it seems it's not just the doctor's office space. You also are putting the administrative office space there.
Yes, it's all. I would consider it accessory office space to the practice that's below. So I will put that in the statement. We do have some setbacks for the roofs here, 13.6 on this side. This one is 16.3. And then here we're showing that it's 5.4 with 1'6" increments as it steps out. But if I don't think you need straight line here.
No, I was trying to figure out where can you push the building to get your floor area for the office space and moving it away from the residential and closer to the Clove Roads.
I see. I'll see what Lenny can do. He designed this. I think it came out rather well. And that brings me to the exterior finishes and a contemporary design. We feel that we are dealing with actually 2 street frontages here. Oh, what'd I do? Hold on. I need the 400 foot. Okay. So when you look at the 400-foot radius diagram, Clove Road is a very different road than Little Clove Road. And this is more of a arterial street on Staten Island with the overpass that goes over the Staten Island Expressway. And someone said it correctly before that Little Clove Road really acts as the service road to the Staten Island Expressway. So on Clove Road, this is a food store, which was one of the first variances I did back in the 80s. This is a mixed-use community facility and residence. This doctor's office was just built, and this is a residential home that is actively being marketed. So this street, yes, on Oneida is typically residential. And as you come along Little Clove Road, there are community facilities here. So we looked at it as if we are the transition building. And we like the contemporary design, but we think we can give it warmth with the colors and the material. When you see that we've noted metal panel, please don't think that it's a brushed aluminum or something very institutional. There are all types of different metal panels, and we'd like the opportunity to submit a colored rendering of that exterior elevation so you get a better sense of what's going on, if that's okay with you.
You can go ahead, but we would like you to soften the look. And I mean, it is a very modernistic kind of building, which is okay. I mean, nowadays this whole modernistic design is coming back, but even the doctor's office and other buildings kind of have the residential look to it. So how can you make that work, blend it in?
Well, part of the problem with that is anchoring this is the street scape. So this is the community facility building that was recently built. And I think it's a horror, even though it has a sloped roof on it. If you see it in person or you go on Google Street View, it's just one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. I think this building has more of a presence and is more pleasing to the eye than this one or even that one. And I wanted to get back to that.
I think there are ways to make the building more responsive to the residential. I do like the way where you put the stairs and kind of take advantage of the curve of the lot. But it's how can you soften it?
Okay.
This is the message that you're hearing from us.
Well, we'll look at that, and we will definitely.
Right, and that's why we had suggested the softening. Is planting. Softening is, I mean, grounding is definitely another one of them. You can berm it in a way so that it looks like it's flowing and it's sitting up on a hill. I mean, that could be another way of giving it that look. Then the other part is, you know, a material, you know, how you treat the roof a little bit. You know, those are some simple, subtle ways of softening it.
Well, I get it. I understand. One of the other things you had asked if the lower roof will be accessible. No, it will not. We're showing windows and they'll stay windows. So there's no way of getting it down there.
So add a note that the roof not to be accessible.
Okay. And we will also put a note on the site plan as well on the lumens diagram that lights are to be directed away from the residents, down and away.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
For finding C, a study of the yards, we do have a yard study. So we'll add dimensions to this drawing, so it's a little clearer.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a problem. And then Commissioner Otley Brown also reiterated about the landscaping and possibly setting back the top floor. And we are going to remove the driveway. Dr. Shedder voiced the same concerns. Oh, Dr. Shedder, so you know, in terms of the parking calculation, if you're required to have 4.47 cars, section 25-31 of the zoning resolution tells you that you round down if it's under 0.5. If it's 0.5 and over, you got to round up. So just a piece of information.
Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
I'll take the gift.
I think that's all I had, unless you have additional questions for me.
I do want one more clarification. So you're removing the driveway and the ambulance can easily use the parking area for drop off and pickup. And I'm assuming that would also hold for, let's say, anybody who is going to bring the patient and just wants to drop them off and will later pick it up. That also can be facilitated through that one lane and driving and picking up
Right, right
in
here.
the parking lot.
Correct. It's and they could stop here on their way in and let them out and let them walk to the front. But that's why we designed this, so that there's two entrances to this elevator and to the stair. There's an entrance from underneath the building right here, and then there's an elevator. There's a door, a double door from the street side. So it's workable.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for reminding me of the zoning resolution section 25, that's 31. I know it's somewhere there, but I just wasn't sure.
I know.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Ramphula? We can stop sharing the screen. Yeah. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Everybody's shaking their head side to side. So let's go to the public. Steve, can you put up the public? All right, so anybody who wants to call in for case number 2022.
Sorry, I'm here, Vice Chair.
That's okay.
I was having trouble unlocking, sorry.
Okay.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2022-15BZ, 5 Clove Road, Staten Island. This is a special permit to allow the development of an ambulatory diagnostic or treatment healthcare facility. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 810-2435-9694. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this item, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the lower part of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
Mr. Ramphula, while we are waiting for public to call in, how long will it take for you to make these changes?
End of January. I need to contact a good landscape architect, and he's going to need some time to put it together.
That's a good answer. And of course, there are open air quality, noise issues. So I would ideally like to tie in all of that close to each other so that we can do one review and close. So we will try to work closely with those review process.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any noise or air issues for the secret.
Is Tracy here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there is a, sorry, hold on one moment.
Just gonna yell at me.
Sorry about that. Yeah, there is a detailed air and noise analysis. So we're taking a look at that with DEP to see if further review is or comment is required.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we will get back to you, and definitely it would be sometime towards the end of February or even early March.
Ooh. For hearing.
February.
For hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, because just want to make sure if there's any back and forth on DEP, DEP has enough time to review and get your comments on it. And then you're going to submit at end of January anyway. That will take us to February for a hearing date.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right.
So have a very Merry
Wait,
Christmas, Happy
Wait, Mr.
Hanukkah,
Rim-
Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, and happy whatever you're drinking.
All right. Thank you. Same
Right.
to you.
There's a Mr. Woodruff still is an attendee. Mr. Woodruff, if you're not calling about this case, then you can submit any comments on the other cases that were on the calendar to submit at bsa.nyc.gov. Okay. Thank you. So there be no more questions or anything. We can close this hearing. Close the, sorry, here, the entire hearing, not Mr. Fermpula's case.
No, we are not closing Mr. Rampula's case yet.
Sorry.
So again, thank you all very much. This was the last hearing of the year. And we
Thank
made
you.
it.
You made it.
And wish you all the best. And I'm sure we'll be discussing other matters while the hearing is not going on. And Chief Daly, thank you again. Happy holidays. We'll see you in January. And appreciate everything everybody's doing to make these application process smooth, streamlined, and I think the more clear directions we provide, clear directions you use from us and respond to us. And this is not just for Mr. Rampula, it's for all the applicants and their clients, is that we do pay attention to that and make sure we respond in a timely manner and in an effective way that does not waste anybody's time. And yet the applications are based on what we are here for, which is based on facts and findings and case and precedent laws. So we adhere to those, and we shall. So I appreciate everybody's effort to make this work well. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is to everybody.
Thank you.
And I just want to acknowledge the hard work that the staff has put in, not only this year, but throughout the years, through COVID, through remote, through returning back. And really, I mean, I think the end product is the sum of their dedication.
Yes,
Definitely.
that is critical. And when our project managers do ask for these comments, because they know what the board is asking for, so they ask for it to preempt any wastage of time. So, we will be getting back to you very soon in terms of how we are all doing. And you can see already the evidence in how we are proceeding. So I want to give a huge shout out to our staff. They're an amazing, stellar team. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Costanza.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
So happy holidays and happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy
This concludes the public hearing for December 6th, 2022. Yay, bye.
Yay, bye. We're going to set up a
Zoom December 21st.
Zoom December 21st holiday.
Okay.